Chapter 1178. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian had a slightly strange expression on his face. There's something off about the sixth dimension. Amu and the others had extremely strange expressions on their faces as well. Today was truly too strange. First the ascendant dimension had come to help. And now the sixth dimension. This wasn't normal. Guansheng's expression was extremely unsightly. He knew that the situation might change, but he hadn't expected that both the ascendant dimension and the sixth dimension would come to help Yi Xian. Guansheng stared fixedly at Li Chunfeng. Why? Everyone looked at Li Chunfeng as well. They were curious about why the sixth dimension would come to help. Li Chunfeng spoke indifferently. Why ask so many questions? Doesn't your spirit realm want to fight? We'll fight with you. Guansheng laughed fiercely. Since all of you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared behind him, and then he vanished. Meanwhile, Li Chunfeng suddenly smashed his fist forward. Bang! In an instant, the space in an area of over 100 kilometers collapsed. Li Chunfeng retreated by over 1 kilometer. However, the black-robed old man didn't take even half a step back. Yi Xian frowned at the sight of this. Another half-step self-release realm expert has arrived. Li Chunfeng glanced at the black-robed old man, and then he vanished. Meanwhile, the space in front of him suddenly exploded apart. And then the black-robed old man smashed his right fist forward. It was just a simple punch, but the space in front of him instantly became illusory. Soundlessly, Li Chunfeng retreated thousands of meters. The black-robed old man had his right hand behind his back as he took a step forward and grabbed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face was expressionless, but the blood within him had started to stir. He knew that he could only fight such an expert by activating his bloodline. Right at the moment when he was about to activate his bloodline, Li Chunfeng appeared in front of him again. A trace of ferocity flashed through his eyes as he suddenly pressed his palms together and pushed them forward. Hiss! Wherever his hand landed, the space instantly cracked open, and a powerful force swept out like a flood. Boom! The black-clothed old man was forcefully stopped by this force. Meanwhile, the black-clothed old man suddenly turned illusory, and Li Chunfeng vanished along with him. Rumble! Along with a world-shaking explosion, the space here was obliterated inch by inch. At this moment, Guansheng suddenly looked at Yi Xian and sneered. Do you have anyone else? If you don't, I have more. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man holding a bamboo cane suddenly appeared behind him. Half-step self-release realm powerhouse. The expressions of Xiao Dao and the others in the distance instantly darkened when they saw this scene. This spirit realm was much stronger than they had imagined. Guansheng gazed at Yi Xian and said with a smile, I've always heard that you have many backers behind you. For example, that woman in a plain dress, or that man in a green robe who once heavily injured my spirit of 9. Call them out. Li Chunfeng's expression instantly changed drastically, and he gazed at Guansheng and said furiously, Are you a fucking retard? A woman in a plain dress? Li Chunfeng was terrified of that woman. After all, the guardians of the United Hall were much stronger than him, but what had happened in the end? He'd been instantly annihilated by a single swing of the sword. He hadn't even had the chance to fight back. Call the woman out? Damn it. That woman had almost destroyed the sixth dimension with a single swing of the sword. Call her out to destroy the world? What sort of gods are there in spirit realm? Guansheng gazed at Li Chunfeng and frowned. Is there something wrong with you? Li Chunfeng stared fixedly at Guansheng. Do you know the woman in a plain dress? Guansheng spoke indifferently. What? Is your sixth dimension very afraid of her? Li Chunfeng frowned slightly and was slightly puzzled. Could it be that your spirit realm isn't afraid of her? Guansheng laughed coldly. How laughable. Why would my spirit realm be afraid of her? Li Chunfeng suddenly turned around to look at Yi Xian and the others. Does the woman in a plain dress keep a very low profile in the lower dimensions? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, She practically doesn't fight. Li Chunfeng was speechless. At this moment, he finally understood why Spirit Realm wasn't afraid of the woman in a plain dress. Because they were ignorant. They were fearless. Li Chunfeng looked at Yi Xian and couldn't help but ask, why is she so low-key? Yi Xian spread his hands. I don't know either. Li Chunfeng. At this time, Guanxing suddenly said, Is your sixth dimension very afraid of her? Li Chunfeng looked at Guanxing. No, we're not afraid of her at all. She's very weak. Just F*King do your best. With that, he charged directly at the black-robed old man. At this moment he didn't want to say anything more, because he knew that Guanxing wouldn't believe him no matter what he said. Everyone. Guanxing looked coldly at Li Chunfeng and then at Yi Xian. Kill. As his voice fell, the old man with a bamboo cane behind him suddenly walked toward Yi Xian, the space around him trembling violently with every step. At the same time, a powerful presence directly enveloped Yi Xian. Xiao Dao frowned slightly and was about to make a move, but a powerful aura instantly locked onto her. Guanxing. Guanxing looked at Xiao Dao and smiled. Miss Xiao Dao, it's best if you don't make a move. Xiao Dao fell silent. She knew that if she made a move, Guanxing would definitely make a move. At this time, the old man with a bamboo cane had already walked 100 zhang in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian, and an invisible pressure swept out. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and the blood in his body that had originally calmed down began to stir restlessly again. But at this time, a sword cry suddenly came from the horizon, and the next moment, a sword light slashed directly in front of Yi Xian. Boom. The old man's aura was directly shattered, and then a sword light fell in front of Yi Xian. The person who had come was Arrow. Arrow had already broken through his realm and Sword Dao. Seeing Arrow, Yi Xian was very happy, but he was also a little speechless. In fact, he also wanted to make a move. He also wanted to have a good battle with this kind of legendary elite, who was half a step into the self-release tier. Because after devouring the death chi in the nether spirit world, he didn't know what his current battle prowess was. Seeing Arrow, the distant Guanxing frowned slightly. Shattering void tier? Arrow looked at Guanxing. Shattering void tier. Guanxing looked at the old man with a bamboo cane, and the latter said softly, Not simple. Arrow looked at the old man with a bamboo cane, and in the next moment, she directly turned into a sword light and disappeared on the spot. Chi. The space in front of Arrow directly split open, and the powerful sword chi caused everyone present to be moved. Even Yi Xian was extremely shocked. The aura of Aluo's swordsmanship was so strong. She had made another breakthrough in her swordsmanship. In the distance, the elites of the sword sect were also looking at Arrow, and they were extremely shocked by Arrow's attainments in the Sword Dao. In the distance, the old man with a bamboo cane frowned slightly. He didn't dare to be careless, and he lightly twirled his right hand. In an instant, the space around him directly transformed into a vortex, and the sword light directly distorted when it arrived in front of him. However, Arrow didn't retreat, and instead directly stabbed her sword into the vortex. Boom. A wave of sword light erupted, and Arrow instantly returned to her original position. Although the old man with a bamboo cane didn't retreat, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. The old man was just about to attack when Guanyin suddenly said, I'll do it. Everyone looked at Guanyin, and then Guanyin walked towards Arrow. I'll fight her. Arrow looked at Guanyin, and then didn't waste any words. She directly transformed into a ray of sword light that shot forward. Guanyin lightly stomped her right foot, and a ray of sword light slashed out from beneath her feet. The two rays of sword light collided. Boom. The sword light shattered. It was at this moment that Guanyin suddenly vanished from where she stood. In the blink of an eye, several sword lights tore through the space in front of her. In the distance, Aluo slowly closed her eyes, and in the next moment, she stabbed out with her sword. Hiss. The three rays of sword light in front of her were instantly transformed into nothingness. After that, she took a step forward and stabbed her sword again. A single strike to pierce through the void. Space instantly became illusory in the wake of this attack. It was like an illusory realm. Guanxing's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and he was just about to attack when Xiao Dao appeared in front of him. Xiao Dao gazed at Guanxing. It's better for you to stand. Guanxing was just about to attack when the howl of a sword resounded from afar. He hurriedly looked over, and he saw Guanyin attacking as well. Guanyin's sword was similar to Aluo's, and it seemed both real and illusory. It was like a mirror image, and it gave off an ethereal feeling. Everyone watched as the two rays of sword light collided. Boom! An expanse of sword light suddenly erupted. In an instant, the two women retreated madly. However, right at this moment, Aluo suddenly stabbed his sword towards his own throat. In the distance, Guan Yin's expression changed drastically, and she raised her sword to block. Boom! In an instant, the sword in her hand exploded. She reacted quickly and pointed her finger forward like a sword. Hiss! Her finger broke as soon as she pointed, and she hurriedly raised her left hand to block. Hiss! Her left hand split into two without any warning, but she had already retreated hundreds of meters away. When she stopped, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed at her. Guan Yin's pupils constricted and she roared, "Heart sword!" As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed out from her body. Boom! As soon as the ray of sword light slashed out, she was sent flying. In the distance, Arrow slashed his sword at his throat again. Seeing this scene, Guan Yin's pupils constricted to the size of needles. At this moment, the old man with the bamboo cane suddenly appeared in front of her, and he lightly tapped his bamboo cane forward. Boom! A wave of sword light exploded. The bamboo cane in the old man's hand instantly cracked. Arrow looked at the old man, and the old man said softly, "Let the old man have a taste of your sword." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. In the distance, Arrow held the immortal sword between her eyebrows, and in the next moment, she slashed with it. Open! As the sword slashed out, the space in front of her split apart. At this moment, a shadow flashed by, and the shadow collided with Arrow's sword. Boom! The space where Arrow stood was instantly reduced to nothingness, and the space was forcefully erased. Following that, sounds of fighting could be heard coming from the void. At this moment, Guanxing turned to look at Yi Xian. "Do you have anyone else?" Yi Xian thought about it, and then he said seriously, "I don't know." The crowd was speechless. Guanxing stared at Yi Xian. "To be honest, I really want to see the person behind you, because I heard that the person behind you is very powerful. Don't worry, the spirit realm has a trump card, and we are prepared to face anything, even if the plain-dressed woman behind you appears." Yi Xian looked at Guanxing. "You want to see the plain-dressed woman?" Guanxing smiled. "Yes. I heard that she reached the legendary self-release realm, and I want to see a self-release realm expert." Chapter 1179. Experience. Guanxing said it very calmly, as if he was talking about a very simple matter. Arrogance? No, he was confident. Half-step self-release realm. For people like them, half-step self-release realm was already the limit. Self-release realm? He knew how difficult it was. In other words, it was simply impossible. Everything in the world was in the Tao. Who could surpass the great Tao? In his view, to surpass everything, surpass the great Tao, that was impossible. Due to this, he did not believe that the plainly dressed woman was a self-release realm expert. Of course, even if she was, it did not matter. He could see the power of a self-release realm expert. At this time, Guanxing looked up at the stars. In this moment, he saw a person. Tendo. In the stars, the Tendo looked down at Guanxing and smiled slightly. Guanxing smiled lightly and said, "If she does not appear, I will be very disappointed." The Tendo smiled and said, "Ignorance makes one fearless." Guanxing laughed. "Ignorance? Tendo, you fear the plainly dressed woman because you have never seen true power. You because you are weak, you fear." In the stars, the Tendo looked at Guanxing and said with a smile, "Well said, very well said. Listening to a wise man is better than studying for 10 years. I have learned." Finishing, she turned and left. When Guanxing looked away, the Tendo giggled. A voice suddenly sounded next to the Tendo. "Why not wake him up?" Tiandao grinned and said, "If a mischievous brat provokes you for no reason, don't go and enlighten him. It's because it's useless most of the time. Not only is it useless, you might even get into trouble. It's because outsiders might say that an adult like you is actually being calculative with a child. The correct thing to do is to give him a candied ha and tell him that you did a good job." The voice. The Tendo walked into the distance. "Those who make mistakes should be punished." The voice said. If you prove to spirit realm that the plainly dressed woman is strong, they will stop. The Tendo blinked. Why should I prove to them? The voice said softly, many will die. The Tendo smiled and said, pity is fine, but pity also depends on the target. We should be merciful to the good, but we should be cruel to the evil. After a moment of silence, the voice said, is this why you didn't destroy the living beings in this universe? Tendo smiled. Humans are wrong, but at the end of the day, it's not entirely their fault. They were born in this universe and were born under the rules of the strong. If they didn't cultivate, they wouldn't be able to change their fate. The weak did not even have the right to live. Therefore, I can understand why they want to cultivate. If it's wrong, it's the laws of this world that are wrong. The voice said, you want to change the rules. Tendo blinked. Isn't it obvious? The voice asked again. Is he the person you chose? The Tendo smiled. What do you think? The voice said, not good, his murderousness is too strong. Tendo rolled his eyes to the right. Please, I didn't ask him to be a good person. Changing the rules will result in bloodshed. How can a good person deal with so many villains? The voice said, what do you see in him? The Tendo smiled. He has the ruler of good and evil in his heart. He can distinguish between good and evil. In reality, this guy has many fatal flaws. Most of the time he is flexible, but most of the time he is very stubborn. Like this time, I told him to leave, but he didn't. Why didn't he leave? Because he is the kind of person who won't betray others if they don't betray him. If this guy encountered a scheming person, he would be tricked to death. For example, if I asked him to help me now, even if I had to ask him to risk his life, he would do it because I helped him before. He is not vicious enough. Of course, he cannot be too vicious. He has no principles at all, he is ambitious, he is a hypocrite. The voice said in a deep voice, it's very complicated. The Tendo smiled. She glanced at the starry sky around her and said softly, in the past, I wanted to be simple. I wanted to directly destroy all the living beings in this universe. In less than 10,000 years, this universe will recover on its own. The voice said, then why did you change your mind? The Tendo smiled. Later on, I discovered that the reason why this universe is beautiful is because there is life. Think about it, if there is no life in this universe, how lonely it would be. The voice was silent. The Tendo suddenly looked up at the depths of the starry sky and said softly, unfortunately, there is no perfect thing in this world. The voice said in a deep voice, I feel that you are very lonely. The Tendo blinked and said with a smile, nonsense, haha. The voice was about to speak when the Tendo suddenly said, there is an outsider. The voice said, ooh. The Tendo smiled. A problem, I have to block for him. She had just finished speaking when the space in front of her was suddenly forcefully torn apart. Immediately after, a middle-aged man walked out. The middle-aged man was tall, and held a flaming sword in his hand. His body emitted a formless pressure. This pressure caused the surrounding starry sky to surge violently like boiling water. It was extremely shocking. The middle-aged man looked at the Tendo with cold eyes, as if he was looking at an ant. You are the Tendo here. The Tendo smiled. Yes. I presume that your excellency is from that legendary Demon Dao family, right? The person was stunned and said, you know of my Demon Dao family? The Tendo said seriously. The Demon Dao family controls thousands of worlds. Who doesn't know of it in this universe? Who doesn't know? The person sized up the Tendo. Find me a person. The Tendo blinked. Is it Demon Xiao Dao? Your family's young miss? The person looked at the Tendo and frowned. You know this too. The Tendo smiled. I guessed it. The person was expressionless. Bring her to see me. The Tendo giggled. May I ask why you're bringing her back? The person's eyes narrowed. This isn't something that a tiny Tendo like you should care about. If you don't want your soul to be destroyed, then bring her to see me immediately. The Tendo thought for a moment and said, let's talk in a different way. After she finished speaking, she tapped the person lightly. Freeze. In an instant, a mysterious force locked the person down. At this moment, the person was horrified, because he discovered that he was actually unable to move. The person looked at the Tendo with extreme shock. You actually, this is absolutely impossible. You. The Tendo clapped her hands and smiled. Why have you come looking for Xiao Dao? The person hesitated for a moment and said, take her back to get married. Get married. The Tendo blinked, and then she waved her hand. You're too late. The person frowned. Your Excellency, what do you mean? The Tendo said seriously, Miss Xiao Dao has already gotten married to my brother Yi Xian. They have even entered the bridal chamber. Hearing this, the person flew into a rage. How can eldest miss marry a lowly bloodline? Huh. The Tendo looked at the person with a spurious smile. Watch what you say. The person's face twitched. He didn't dare to be stubborn in front of the Tendo. He hesitated for a moment and said, marry your brother? May I ask what is your brother's cultivation level? The Tendo turned to look and said, he seems to have just reached the rebirth state not long ago. The person's face was filled with disbelief. Is he that weak? The Tendo giggled. Actually, his strength has little to do with his cultivation level. The person glanced at the Tendo with a face full of disbelief. I'll listen to your nonsense. The Tendo smiled. I won't kill you. Go back and tell your family head that Xiao Dao has already married my brother. After some time, my brother will bring her to visit your family head. The person was silent. The Tendo giggled. Do you think that my brother is not worthy of your eldest miss? The person was silent and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, he didn't dare to say anything harsh. Not to mention harsh words, he didn't even dare to say something inappropriate. His life was more important. As a person, he had to be a coward when necessary. The Tendo looked at the person and said seriously, let me tell you, whether you admit it or not, your eldest miss is already my brother's woman. If you don't admit this marriage or want to take revenge on my brother, us 4 sisters will not agree. The person looked at the Tendo. 4 sisters. The Tendo nodded. Yes, my brother has 4 sisters. As she spoke, she waved her right hand and 3 portraits suddenly appeared in front of the person. These 4 portraits were of a woman in a plain dress, a woman in a white robe, and Yi Ling who was holding a strange thorn. The Tendo pointed at the portrait of the woman in a plain dress. This is my big sister. Yes, she isn't here right now, but I believe that with your strength, you should be able to find her. If your Demon Dao clans are dissatisfied with this marriage, then you can look for her. She will give you a very reasonable explanation. The person glanced at the portrait of the woman in a plain dress and said, compared to you, who is stronger? He didn't know how strong the woman in a plain dress was, but he was able to sense how strong the Tendo before him was. Of course, it was only a rough sense. He still didn't know the true strength of the Tendo. The Tendo glanced at the portrait of the woman in a plain dress and said casually, I often spar with my big sister. Our chances are 50-50. 50-50. The person nodded slightly. I understand. The Tendo smiled. You can go back now. The person bowed slightly. Thank you. After saying that, he directly turned around and disappeared into the starry sky. After the person left, a voice suddenly resounded from the side of the Tendo. Aren't you drawing hatred to him? The Tendo said seriously. Is Xiao Dao a friend of him? The voice said, sort of. The Tendo said again, you see, Xiao Dao helped him so much. It isn't too much for him to help him, right? The voice hesitated for a moment and said, it isn't too much. The Tendo smiled. Then do you think I'm too much? The voice said, The Tendo said again, you see, I helped him beat that person back just now. If I didn't beat that person back, wouldn't his situation become even worse once that person went down? The voice fell silent. The Tendo continued, I helped him deal with a great enemy. Shouldn't he thank me? The voice said softly, but you also made a great enemy for him. The Tendo blinked and then said, let's change the topic. The night sky tonight is not bad. The voice. P.S. Recently, there have been some scammers in the book review section, saying that the book is already finished and you can buy the rest for a few dozen yuan. Some readers have been fooled. Then he chased after me and scolded me for at least half a month. Oh my God, I'm so aggrieved. Brothers, you have to be more careful. You've been reading my book for so long. Don't you know that I'm a person who treats money like dirt? Why would I do such a scam? At most, I'll scam some monthly votes from time to time. Really, that reader chased me and scolded me for half a month. Of course, it's not the reader's fault, it's the scammer's fault. Damn, I don't know why, but the book review section has been full of scammers and liars. Chapter 1180. Down below, Guanxing looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Looks like the woman in the plain dress behind you is not coming out." Yi Xian smiled. "Let's fight one-on-one?" Guanxing sized up Yi Xian. "Are you joking with me? You're only in the rebirth realm." Yi Xian smiled. "Can one's realm represent everything?" Guanxing looked at Yi Xian. "Are you trying to say that you're in the boundless realm?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Can't I?" Guanxing shook his head. "You're too good at bullshitting." Then he looked at Xiao Dao. "He wants to fight me one-on-one, what do you think?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "Are you serious?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao pondered for a moment, then nodded. "If you die, I'll do my best to keep your corpse intact. If you die, I'll do my best to keep your corpse intact." Yi Xian's face darkened. "What the F***ck? Do you know how to talk?" Xiao Dao ignored Yi Xian and retreated to the side. Yi Xian looked at Guanxing, and Guanxing smiled. "You make the first move." Yi Xian nodded and disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Guanxing pressed his right hand, lock. In an instant, the space around Yi Xian shrank and stacked, but at this moment, the space Dao Law appeared between Yi Xian's brows, and the space around him instantly returned to normal. At this moment, a sword appeared in front of Guanxing. Guanxing put his hands together and pinched Yi Xian's sword. Very accurately, he pinched Yi Xian's sword and gave it a light squeeze. Boom. The sword shook violently, and Yi Xian retreated a few hundred feet. Guanxing looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "No." Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Again." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Guanxing once more, and then he slashed his sword down towards Guanxing. Guanxing pressed his palms together once more. However, right at this moment, the sword in Yi Xian's hand had suddenly transformed into a blood-red sword. Suddenly changing swords. Guanxing's expression changed, but it was too late to stop. He could only use his palm to block Yi Xian's sword. Boom. Blood exploded as Guanxing retreated dozens of meters. When he came to a stop, his palm had been split open all the way up to his arm. Seeing this scene, Guanyin's face instantly turned gloomy. He raised his head to look at Yi Xian in the distance. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Qi. A strand of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield. Guanxing pointed his finger, and a ray of black light swept out. Within the black light, a ferocious face suddenly appeared. Boom. In an instant, Yi Xian's blood-red ray of light shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded in Guanxing's mind. "Don't waste time with him or something unexpected might happen." It was Primeval Yuan's voice. Guanxing pondered deeply for a moment when he heard Primeval Yuan, and then he gazed at Yi Xian. In the next moment, he suddenly transformed into a ray of black light that vanished on the spot, and then a powerful aura swept through the surroundings. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He knew that Guanxing didn't want to waste any more time. Yi Xian took a step forward, and then the sword domain suddenly appeared. However, his countenance instantly turned pale at this moment, because that force was truly too strong. As soon as the sword domain appeared, that powerful aura was suppressed. But in the next moment, that powerful aura seemed like a collapsing mountain, and it smashed down towards Yi Xian with unstoppable might. Yi Xian opened his palm, and then countless strands of death energy instantly swept out from within him. The death domain. At the instant that the death domain appeared, that powerful aura was instantly suppressed by the two domains. Yi Xian suddenly attacked with his sword. Hiss. A ray of blood-red light slashed through the two domains. At this moment, Guanxing's expression changed. Two domains. He'd truly never imagined that Yi Xian actually possessed two domains. Guanxing didn't dare underestimate Yi Xian at all while being suppressed by these two domains. He took a step back and smashed his fist forward. A wisp of blood instantly seeped out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Meanwhile, the sword arrived before him. Bang! As soon as the sword and fist collided, a powerful force suddenly erupted from within Yi Xian's domain, and then Yi Xian's attack was instantly stopped. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pressed the fingers of his left hand together and pointed forward. Slash! As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of black light suddenly flew out from within him and slashed at Guansheng. The soul-suppressing sword. Guansheng's eyes narrowed slightly when the soul-suppressing sword appeared, and then he suddenly pressed his left palm forward. A strand of formidable physical strength swept out like an erupting volcano from within his palm. Rumble! The space they resided in was instantly transformed into nothingness while Yi Xian retreated explosively. He'd just stopped moving when Guansheng suddenly clenched his right hand towards him from afar. Shatter! Crack! A strand of formidable energy suddenly condensed around Yi Xian. And then Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, because he noticed that his body was cracking apart layer by layer. Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. Converge! As soon as he spoke, the sword domain and death domain appeared once more, and the mysterious energy within him was instantly suppressed. At the same time, the heart of vitality and the death energy within his body started to repair his body at a maddening rate, and it wasn't long before all his injuries were completely healed. Guansheng's brows instantly knit together when he witnessed this scene. His recovery speed is actually so swift. This isn't normal at all. Guansheng gazed at Yi Xian as he opened his palm, and then a black vortex suddenly appeared at the center of his palm. At the instant that the black vortex appeared, the space in the surroundings suddenly dimmed down. Death energy. Right at this moment, Guanyin hurriedly said, "Don't use the death energy." Guansheng's brows knit together slightly as he gazed at Yi Xian. He noticed that Yi Xian had started to madly devour the death energy in the surroundings. Guansheng's face fell when he witnessed this scene. "You're poisonous." As he spoke, he slowly clenched his right fist, and the death energy in the surroundings vanished. He noticed that he could only utilize his normal strength to deal with Yi Xian, and some of his trump cards couldn't be utilized at all. In the distance, Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. He noticed that while his cultivation couldn't compare to Guansheng, he could utilize his two domains and his own body to make up for the gap in their cultivations. However, he couldn't do anything to Guansheng. It was extremely difficult for him to kill an expert at Guansheng's level right now. Of course, it wasn't that easy for Guansheng to kill him as well. His combat strength wasn't sufficient. The gap in cultivation level. Yi Xian looked at Guansheng in the distance. If he reached the shattering void tier, he was confident that he could kill Guansheng. In the distance, Guansheng had also thought of this. Right now, Yi Xian was only in the rebirth tier. If Yi Xian was allowed to grow, at this thought, Guansheng's killing intent soared. He looked at Yi Xian and shouted, "Kill! Kill!" He no longer chose to fight one-on-one, and there was no need for him to do so. After all, the overall strength of their side was enough to crush Yi Xian's side. As soon as he finished speaking, countless elites of the spirit realm behind him charged towards Yi Xian's side. Seeing this, Xiao Dao's expression darkened. If they fought like this, Yi Xian's side definitely wouldn't be able to defeat them, because the overall strength gap between the two sides was too great. It could be said that they didn't even have the strength to fight. At this moment, over 100 swordsmen appeared behind Yi Xian. Seeing the charging elites of the spirit realm, the swordsmen didn't show the slightest bit of fear. In their eyes, there was only battle intent. Fight! Yi Xian turned around to look at the swordsman in front of him, and said with a smile, "Today, let us fight to our heart's content." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, his body gradually turned blood red. In the battlefield, countless swordsmen pointed their swords into the distance, and powerful auras of sword intent shook the sky. A great battle was about to begin. At this moment, the space above Yi Xian's head suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the space exploded, and soon 3 women appeared above Yi Xian. Among them, Yi Xian recognized 2 of them. They were Yin Jia and Lian Qian. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the 2 women. These 2 fellows had returned. On the other hand, Guansheng's expression turned gloomy. "Damn it! There's still someone else. There's still someone behind Yi Xian. Is there an end to this? Above Yi Xian, the woman who led the group looked at Yi Xian. In the next moment, she transformed into a ray of black light and entered the space between Yi Xian's brows. At the same time, Lian Qian and Yan Jia transformed into two rays of light and entered the space between Yi Xian's brows as well. Yi Xian's body trembled, and the bloodline energy that hadn't been fully activated was suppressed. After that, an illusory image of Xiao Tao appeared between his brows. At the same time, a voice resounded in his mind. Dao Law's return. Boom. The prison pagoda between his brows shook violently, and then a ray of golden light descended from the sky and entered Yi Xian's body. The golden light traversed the starry sky, and countless tiny golden characters flickered within it. In the starry sky, Tendo gazed at the golden light and chuckled. What a prophet! Under the 3 swords and 1 Dao, you are the first. Below, the experts of the spirit realm had already rushed in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, the golden light suddenly shook violently, and a mysterious power suddenly surged into Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. On his left and right, a tiny golden prisoner character appeared. On his right, there was a tiny Jin character. At this moment, Yi Xian was a stranger to everyone present. In the starry sky, Tendo looked at Yi Xian below, and the smile on his face gradually froze. In the 5th dimension, Yi Xian looked at the experts of the spirit realm charging towards him. His expression suddenly turned vicious, and he roared, "Imprison!" Boom. In an instant, a tiny imprisoned character appeared above the heads of the dozens of experts in front of him. The moment this character appeared, the dozens of experts of the spirit realm were unable to move. Seeing this, the experts of the spirit realm were shocked. What kind of mystique was this? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly roared, "Destroy!" As his voice fell, the dozens of super experts of the spirit realm turned illusory, and then disappeared without a sound. At this moment, Yi Xian's face instantly became as pale as paper, and the vitality in his body rapidly disappeared. But fortunately, he had the heart of life to heal him. Otherwise, that instant just now would have been enough to take his life. Because among the dozens of experts, there were more than 10 origin-breaking realm experts. After seeing Yi Xian instantly kill so many experts, the experts of the spirit realm immediately stopped. They looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Guanxing stared at Yi Xian, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked up at Guanxing and the other experts of the spirit realm. Come over here. Everyone. Chapter 1181. The battlefield suddenly became silent and the atmosphere was strange. What did Yi Xian do? He instantly killed more than 30 super experts. Among them, there were more than a dozen returning origin realm experts. And Yi Xian himself was only at the rebirth realm. What did this mean? The experts of spirit realm were dumbfounded. The people of sword sect behind Yi Xian were also dumbfounded. Did this young sect master take drugs? Why did he suddenly become so strong? Yi Xian clenched his fists, his expression twisted. Around him, a strange golden light was released. Within the golden light, there were countless small characters. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Can you still hold on? That big sister's voice. Yi Xian took a deep breath. At this time, even if he couldn't hold on, he had to. At this time, Guanxing suddenly said, "You are forcing yourself." Yi Xian looked at Guanxing. Guanxing glanced at the Xiao Ta between Yi Xian's brows and smiled. At the start, I was a little suspicious about the book house and Xiao Ta left behind by the prophet. But now I don't have any more doubts. Yi Xian smiled. Then come over. Guanxing sneered. Come over then. As he finished speaking, he charged at Yi Xian. He knew very well that if he didn't charge first, no one would. At this moment, he could not be suppressed by Yi Xian. Of course, the most important reason was because he was confident. He didn't think that Yi Xian could kill him with just Xiao Ta. Seeing Guanxing charge, Yi Xian took a deep breath. He slowly closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he roared, "Imprison!" As he shouted, the world prison pagoda between his brows shook violently. In the next moment, A golden light fell from the sky and enveloped Guansheng. Boom! In an instant, Guansheng's presence and power were suppressed. But at this moment, Yixian spat out a mouthful of blood. Guansheng was shocked by the mysterious power. He clasped his hands together, and the space he was in began to tremble violently. A powerful force kept shaking the blood-red prisoner character above his head. Yixian frowned. At this moment he felt a deep sense of helplessness. His intuition told him that the word prisoner could kill Guansheng, but his cultivation level was too low. As if he had thought of something, Yixian suddenly turned to look at senior sister Lu and the others not far away. Don't look. Kill him. Hearing Yixian's words, senior apprentice sister Lu suddenly turned into a sword light and disappeared. Guansheng suddenly said, "Stop her." As his voice fell, the spirit realm experts behind him charged out. The experts of the sword sect were stopped. Guansheng looked at Yixian and sneered. "It seems that you still can't fully control this godly item." Although he couldn't escape for now, Yixian couldn't kill him either. However, he didn't panic at all because in this battle, the spirit realm had the absolute advantage. Right now he only needed to wait. At this time, Immemorial Yuan's voice sounded in Guansheng's mind again. "Don't hold back. Kill Yixian directly to prevent any unforeseen events." "Kill Yixian." Guansheng looked at Yixian, and after a moment of silence he said softly, "Do it." As soon as his voice fell, several eerie shadows suddenly appeared around Yixian. At this moment, 12 golden shadows suddenly appeared around Yixian. King Human Guards. The 12 of them firmly surrounded Yixian, and those strange afterimages were directly blocked by the 12 of them. Among the human king guards, Yixian glanced at his surroundings. Soon his expression sank. He realized that his side couldn't stop the spirit realm. If it wasn't for the sword sect's swordsmen, they would be slaughtered. But even with the sword sect's swordsmen, they couldn't stop the spirit realm. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Yixian opened his palm, and the blood sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, his body suddenly turned blood red. Boom! The moment the blood realm appeared, the expressions of all the experts from spirit realm changed drastically. At this time, Guanyin hurriedly said, "All experts below the sovereign realm retreat." Yixian's blood territory could only be resisted by experts at the sovereign realm and above. Anyone below the sovereign realm would be corroded by the killing intent the moment they entered Yixian's blood domain. The experts below the spirit realm's sovereign realm all retreated, not daring to enter Yixian's blood realm. At this time, the big sister appeared in front of Yixian. At this time, Yixian still had a trace of consciousness. He didn't dare to completely enter a berserk state because if he did, he would even kill his own people. The big sister looked at Yixian, and she seemed to be hesitating. A moment later, she turned around and looked. At this time, the spirit realm had completely suppressed the sword sect's side. There were too many people in the spirit realm. The big sister said softly, "This is not what Mr. wants to see." With that said, she turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into the space between Yixian's eyebrows. At the same time, a voice resounded in Yixian's body. "Dao Law return." Boom! Every floor of the World Prison Pagoda shook violently. At this time, a voice sounded in Yixian's mind. "I'll support you. You can attack now." When he heard this, Yixian didn't hesitate at all, and he stabbed with his sword. As soon as he stabbed with his sword, the space in front of him suddenly split apart. The Tao Law of space. At the moment the space split apart, two mysterious forces suddenly appeared on the blood-red sword in his hand. The energy of the earth and Yanjia's energy. At the same time, there was another mysterious force on the tip of the sword. Lianqian's energy. Seal. As soon as the sealing power appeared, countless golden runes suddenly appeared in the space tens of thousands of feet in front of Yixian. These golden runes sealed the space where Guansheng was. At the same time, a blood-red prisoner character appeared above Guansheng's head. Guanyin's expression changed drastically when she saw this, and she immediately charged at Guansheng. However, she couldn't break the seal at all. Guanyin's face was filled with disbelief when she saw the seal in front of her. What kind of seal is this? The sword arrived in front of Guansheng, and a savage expression appeared on Guansheng's face. "Let me see how monstrous you are." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. He still didn't utilize the death energy that he was skilled in because he was afraid that this punch would make Yi Xian stronger instead. As soon as he smashed his fist forward, the prisoner character above his head instantly became illusory. However, it still suppressed most of his strength. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword arrived before him, and a tiny black dot had suddenly appeared on the tip of his sword. His sword slashed directly against Guansheng's fist. Bang! The space around them suddenly collapsed. At the same time, the space they resided in instantly turned pitch black. Guan Yin's expression changed drastically when she witnessed this scene, and she swiftly drew her sword and slashed forward. OM! A strand of sword energy tore through the sky. However, it was instantly transformed into nothingness as soon as it came into contact with that area. Guan Yin's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when she witnessed this scene. Right at this moment, a strand of formidable force suddenly erupted from the pitch-black space in the distance, and then a figure flew out from within it. It was exactly Yi Xian. Yi Xian moved 3 kilometers back, and he just stopped moving when a few mouthfuls of blood essence sprayed from his mouth. Guan Yin instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene. However, right at this moment, she suddenly turned around to look at Guansheng, and her expression instantly changed drastically when she saw Guansheng. At this moment, only Guansheng's soul remained. His body had been destroyed. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Guan Yin was horrified when she witnessed this scene. She immediately appeared in front of Guansheng, drew her sword and slashed forward. This strike split the heavens and the earth apart. She didn't hold back at all because she knew that Yi Xian possessed a sword that targeted the soul. If Yi Xian was allowed to get close to Guansheng, then even if Guansheng was a half-step self-release realm expert, Guansheng would definitely die. Yi Xian didn't defend himself at all when facing Guan Yin's attack, and he allowed Guan Yin's powerful sword to strike him. In an instant, Guan Yin's attack was swallowed by him. However, Guan Yin had already brought Guansheng along and retreated 3 kilometers away. At the same time, over a dozen extraordinary experts from the spirit realm had obstructed Yi Xian's path. Yi Xian glanced at Guansheng and sighed in his heart. What a pity! Earlier, when he'd gathered a few Dao laws, coupled with Big Sister's special ability, and the ability of the World Prison Pagoda, he'd almost killed Guansheng with a single strike. Just a little bit more. So long as he was able to use the soul-suppressing sword, then Guansheng would definitely die. Yi Xian didn't choose to use his sword again because he was very weak right now. Just now, he could be said to have severely overexerted himself, and even the Vitality Heart and Violet Energy were almost unable to recover. He was really playing with his life. Yi Xian turned to look at his surroundings. At this time, the sword sect had taken out all kinds of sword formations, and it was precisely because of these sword formations that the sword sect could just barely hold off Spirit Realm. However, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too great. More and more people were dying. Among them, some were even people he was familiar with. If this continued, their side would be completely annihilated. Yi Xian tightly gripped the blood sword in his hand. At this time, a figure suddenly landed in front of him. The newcomer was Li Chunfeng, who had come down from the 6th dimension to help. At this time, one of Li Chunfeng's arms had disappeared, and opposite Li Chunfeng was the black-robed old man. Li Chunfeng turned to look at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, come with me." "Go." Yi Xian looked at Li Chunfeng. "To the 6th dimension?" Li Chunfeng nodded. "Young Master Yi, your side has no chance of winning, so please leave with me. Temple Master 1 has already ordered that Yi Xian must be safe no matter what." "Temple Master 1. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, "I don't seem to know your Temple Master 1. Li Chunfeng grimaced. "Young Master Yi, there is no time to explain these things now. Please leave with us, young Master Yi. Once we take the 6th dimension, Spirit Realm will not be able to do anything to young Master Yi." Yi Xian looked around. At this time, the Sword Sect and the Wu clan's experts were still fighting. Leave. If he left now, the people behind him would all die. As if knowing what Yi Xian was thinking, Li Chunfeng said gravely, If you don't leave, they will also die. Why don't you leave? Where there is life, there is hope. With young Master Ye's talent, it will not be difficult to destroy Spirit Realm in the future. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Senior, you can leave. Li Chunfeng still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian bowed slightly. I sincerely thank the sixth dimension for its help, but I, Yi Xian, will stay here because my friends and brothers are all here. If we can't beat them now, then we will die together. There is no point in taking revenge when everyone is dead. Finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the experts of Spirit Realm with his sword in hand. Yi Xian gripped his sword tightly, his eyes slowly closing. Bedevilment. The blood sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a bloody light that enveloped him in the distance. Beside Guansheng, Guanyin said gravely, Patriarch, we cannot hold anything back. Otherwise, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. We must first kill this Yi Xian who has entered bedevilment. Guansheng thought for a moment and then said, Respected elders, attack. As soon as he said this, two strange black-clothed people suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as these two black-clothed people appeared, the expressions of Amu and the others changed dramatically. Half-step self-release realm. The spirit race actually had a half-step self-release realm expert. Guansheng looked at the distant Yi Xian and sneered. My spirit race doesn't have anything else, but we have a lot of people. Guanyin looked around. Although they had absolute strength on their side, she was still on guard. She knew that someone would definitely come out. In the distance, senior apprentice Sister Lu looked at the two half-step self-release realm experts charging at Yi Xian and suddenly said, Call for help. The sword sect was calling for help. P.S. How many people read my books because of my looks? Chapter 1182. Call for help. As soon as she finished speaking, Senior Sister Lu suddenly took out a spear and tapped it lightly with her fingers. Ohm! The howl of a spear resounded through the sky. At this moment, everyone here looked at Senior Sister Lu. Guanyin stared fixedly at Senior Sister Lu. Is she going to call for the green-clothed man? At this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly floated out of the spear. It was a woman. The woman wore a white robe and had a ponytail. She held a spear, and there was a heroic air between her brows. In the distant starry sky, the gravekeeper's expression changed drastically when he saw that woman. He recognized this woman. It was this woman who'd defeated him with a single spear strike. The gravekeeper gulped when he saw this woman, and cold sweat started flowing down his forehead. What kind of sin has Spirit Realm committed? As he spoke, he gazed at the demonized Yi Xian in the distance. Damn it! We can't afford to offend this fellow. When the woman with the spear appeared, the two half-step self-release realm experts that were charging towards Yi Xian immediately stopped. Because they sensed danger. Guanyin stared fixedly at the woman with the spear, and a wave of uneasiness rose in her heart. The ponytailed woman turned to look at Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu smiled bitterly. Is the timing right? The ponytailed woman glanced up and shook her head. No. Senior Sister Lu's face fell when she heard this. When this woman left behind her doppelganger, she said that she would come out on her own when the time was right. She'd thought that this was the right time, but it wasn't. The matter might be quite serious. The ponytailed woman suddenly looked towards Yi Xian, and her gaze changed slightly when she saw Yi Xian. At this moment, Guansheng suddenly said, And who are you? The ponytailed woman looked at Guansheng, and then she stabbed with her spear. The spear stabbed forward, and Guansheng didn't even have time to react before a ray of light pierced through him. In an instant, Guansheng's soul was obliterated. The expressions of the experts from Spirit Realm changed drastically when they saw this scene. Guanyin's face also turned snow-white in an instant. What kind of strength was this? At this moment, Primeval Yuan, who was fighting in the starry sky, turned and left. At this moment, the ponytailed woman looked at Primeval Yuan. She didn't move and just stabbed forward with her spear. At the instant the ponytailed woman thrust her spear, Primeval Yuan's eyes widened. At this moment he could smell the scent of death. He had never been so close to death before. He wanted to resist, but the instant this thought appeared in his mind, the spear had already pierced through his body. Boom! This spear strike directly destroyed the primordial spirit and soul. Everyone in the surroundings was petrified upon witnessing this scene. A half-step self-release realm expert was instantly killed? After the ponytailed woman killed Tai Guyuan with a single strike, she raised her head slightly, and her gaze locked onto Baitsong, who stood in the sky. In the starry sky, Baitsong's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly stopped, and then slowly knelt down before the ponytailed woman before everyone's gazes. "Please spare my life, heroine." Everyone. The ponytailed woman was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected that Baitsong would do this. The ponytailed woman spun the spear in her hand lightly. She'd originally intended to attack, but she seemed to have thought of something and stopped. She took a step forward and arrived in front of Baitsong. Baitsong lowered his head even more. He was trembling. At the instant the ponytailed woman killed Primeval Yuan with a single strike, he knew that he was absolutely not a match for her. Resist? That would be futile. It would only allow him to die with some backbone. However, he didn't want to die. The ponytailed woman gazed at Baitsong, who knelt in midair. She placed the spear against Baitsong's head, and then she pointed it at Yi Xian. "Do you feel wronged by staying by his side?" Baitsong hurriedly shook his head. "No, not at all. From today onward, this old man is willing to be young Master Ye's lackey." The ponytailed woman gazed at Baitsong and remained silent. Baitsong hurriedly opened his palm, and then a strand of his soul floated over to her. The ponytailed woman put away the strand of soul. At this moment, a blood-colored sword light slashed from behind her. The one who attacked was Yi Xian, who had already become a demon. The ponytailed woman turned around and blocked with her spear. The blood-colored sword light was blocked. At the same time, she pointed at the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. In an instant, Yi Xian's bloodline returned to normal. Yi Xian looked at the woman in front of him. "You." The ponytailed woman didn't speak. She turned around and looked at the experts of Spirit Realm. Those experts' expressions instantly changed. They wanted to escape, but they didn't dare. The ponytailed woman's gaze finally landed on Guanyin. Guanyin stared at the ponytailed woman without a hint of fear in his eyes. The ponytailed woman didn't attack. She looked at Yi Xian. "Follow me." After saying that, she turned and walked into the distance. Yi Xian glanced at Guanyin and the others. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything and just followed the ponytailed woman. Not too far away, Guanyin suddenly said, "Retreat." After saying that, she retreated with the spirit of 19 experts. The primordial race experts hurriedly retreated as well. Only the hallowed church experts didn't leave, because their old ancestor was still here. In the distance, the ponytailed woman slowly walked towards the starry sky. Yi Xian slowly followed behind her. He'd seen this woman before, but he didn't know who she was. At this moment, the ponytailed woman suddenly said, "It's about time I told you about Dao Yi." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "My origins?" The ponytailed woman nodded. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, said that I'm his older brother. Some people say that I'm related to the prophet. And my bloodline," the ponytailed woman suddenly said, "You're his older brother." Yi Xian asked, "My previous life?" The ponytailed woman nodded. "Yes. That's not it either." "Yi Xian," the ponytailed woman said softly, "it's a bit complicated." Yi Xian asked, "Can you explain it clearly?" The ponytailed woman said, "There are 4 karmas on you. The first one is hers, the second one is the man in green, and the third one is the prophet's." Yi Xian asked, "What's the 4th one?" The ponytailed woman looked at Yi Xian. "It's unknown." "It's unknown." Yi Xian was stunned. The ponytailed woman said softly, "He and she are looking for it." Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't quite understand." The ponytailed woman said, "Previously he had an agreement with her. He would search for the unknown karmas, and she would protect you in this world. She would guard the karmas of this world and prevent the unknown karmas from interfering with your destiny. But the 2 of them discovered that things were getting more and more serious." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" The ponytailed woman turned to look at Yi Xian. "They thought that they had prevented the unknown karma from changing your fate, But they later discovered that, now, they were wrong. The result of their obstruction was exactly what the other party wanted. To put it simply, their intervention did not change anything. Yi Xian looked at the ponytailed woman. Senior, are you saying that my life is being controlled by an invisible hand? The ponytailed woman suddenly disappeared with Yi Xian. The next moment, the two of them appeared on the ground. The ponytailed woman pointed at an ant on the ground. Look, it's walking forward. But I want it to go right. As she spoke, she picked up a small stone and placed it in front of the ant. The ant immediately crawled to the right. Yi Xian was silent. Meanwhile, the ponytailed woman spoke abruptly. You're different. It's because she, him, and the prophet were involved, and you didn't act according to their plans. In other words, you didn't move to the right but to the left. Turn left. Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. The ponytailed woman said softly, Don't think it's ridiculous. Look at this ant. It originally wanted to go forward, but because of a stone blocking its way, it went right. In its world, would it suspect that someone wanted it to go right? As she spoke, she looked up at the vast starry sky. In this endless universe, are humans not ants to some existences? Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, will Qing-er and the man in green be in danger? The ponytailed woman shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Is that unknown existence that powerful? The ponytailed woman pointed at the ant in front of her. Does it know that its enemy is an existence that can destroy heaven and earth? The unknown is the most terrifying. Yi Xian understood the ponytailed woman's meaning. The ponytailed woman seemed to see Yi Xian's worry. She continued, She's very strong. She was very strong in the past, and she's even stronger now. She was the first to sense its existence, and she even forcibly fought with it. However, because of you, she finally chose to compromise. Both of them are very strong, and no karma or fate can attach to them. However, they dare not forcibly cut off the karma on you. She once wanted to do so. Yi Xian asked. And then? The ponytailed woman looked at Yi Xian. And then you almost died. Yi Xian, the ponytailed woman suddenly said. This time it's very serious. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. What do you mean? The ponytailed woman looked at Yi Xian. I shouldn't have appeared at this time. However, I appeared at this time. This proves one thing. What we originally thought has changed again. No. As she spoke, she looked up at the depths of the starry sky and said softly. After she left, no one can suppress this universe. Your situation is getting more and more dangerous. After this, you still have a tribulation. I originally left this clone here to deal with that tribulation, but now, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, the fifth dimension tribulation? The ponytailed woman nodded. Yi Xian was silent. According to the time, the fifth dimension tribulation would arrive soon. The ponytailed woman looked at Yi Xian. You will have to face everything else alone. Both of them hope that you can walk out of this universe by yourself. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I feel that I am Yi Xian. I want to live according to my own thoughts. The ponytailed woman smiled. Without strength, you can only live passively. You can only live according to how reality tells you to live. Yi Xian was silent. The ponytailed woman said softly, living in this world, you have to fight against people, against heaven, against fate. If you don't fight, you will die. Chapter 1183. If he didn't fight, he would die. Yi Xian fell silent. He understood what she meant. It seemed simple for a person to live according to their will, but it wasn't simple at all. In this world, how many people could live according to their will? For example, Yi Xian only wanted to live peacefully with his sister, but he knew that it was extremely difficult. Be it the martial Tao or the sword Tao, it was a path of no return. He would either reach the end or die on the path. At this moment, the ponytailed woman suddenly said, "Live well." After saying that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "My bloodline power?" The ponytailed woman didn't even turn her head. "That is your blood. No matter how strong it is, it has to rely on you to survive. Without you, its existence is meaningless." You have to learn how to control and change it so that this special bloodline becomes something that you can truly control. Remember, it is your blood. Yi Xian fell silent. My blood. He seemed to have almost forgotten about this. No matter how strong this bloodline is, isn't it still mine? Why should I fear it? I should truly control it. Yi Xian looked up. At this moment, the ponytailed woman had vanished. The ponytailed woman had arrived in the void dimension. She arrived in front of the tomb. Within the tomb were Lanxiu, Shaoqi, and Lian Wanli. The ponytailed woman tapped lightly with her fingers, and a white light entered the tomb. Soon, an extremely powerful aura came from within the tomb. The ponytailed woman turned around and left. In a short while, she arrived at the tomb and saw the old man. The old man hurriedly bowed respectfully, "Senior." The ponytailed woman nodded slightly. "You are free." The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior, can you give me some guidance?" The ponytailed woman looked at him. "What do you want to know?" The old man said solemnly, "The limit of the spear Dao." The ponytailed woman shook her head. "There is no limit." The old man was stunned. The ponytailed woman looked at him. "There is no limit to the spear Dao, but there is in your heart. You drew a cage for yourself and trapped yourself." After saying that, she walked towards the nearby tomb. Behind her, the old man was petrified on the spot. In a short while, the old man suddenly started laughing. She laughed and laughed, but then she cried. Limit. In the past, he had thought that he had reached the limits of the spear Dao. It was precisely because of this thought that he did not search for the limits of the spear Dao. As the ponytailed woman had said, he had trapped himself to death. In the distance, the ponytailed woman walked to the tomb. At this moment, the tomb split open and a woman walked out. Yi Ling. Yi Ling's eyes shone with a gloomy light. The ponytailed girl said softly, "Sister Xiao." Yi Ling looked at the ponytailed woman. "I'm leaving." The ponytailed woman asked, "Looking for us?" Yi Ling shook his head. "I'm going to look for her." "That woman." The ponytailed woman fell silent for a moment before she said, "She's somewhere else." Yi Ling nodded. "Her current condition should be slightly worse than mine." The ponytailed woman said solemnly, "He has arranged everything." Yi Ling smiled and said, "I have to do something." The ponytailed girl nodded. "All right." At this moment, Yi Ling suddenly waved her right hand, and the space on her right was directly torn apart. Immediately after that, a man flashed out from within. Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Ling, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Ling. That's not right. The Yi Ling in front of him made him a little unfamiliar. Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian. "I want to leave this universe. After thinking about it, I decided to tell you." Yi Xian said solemnly, "What do you mean?" Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian. "I mean I want to leave with your sister. Do you have a problem with that?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "Senior, you can leave by yourself if you want. Don't take my sister with you." Yi Ling looked straight at Yi Xian. "What if I insist on taking her with me?" Yi Xian opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. A powerful soul force directly locked onto Yi Ling. However, the soul-suppressing sword that had always been successful was useless against Yi Ling at this moment. Yi Xian was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, an invisible coercion directly enveloped him. The moment this coercion enveloped him, he felt that his whole body was suddenly unable to move. Yi Ling glanced at Yi Xian, and then turned to leave. He left just like that. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became ferocious. The blood in his body directly boiled at this moment, but very quickly, the blood in his body was directly suppressed. Yi Xian was stunned. "What's going on?" Yi Xian hurriedly said in his heart. "Lian Qian." At this moment, Big Sister's voice rang in his mind. "You can't beat her." "Can't beat her." Yi Xian stared at Yi Ling in the distance. He clenched his hands tightly. His sword domain and death domain appeared at the same time, but the two domains still could not break the mysterious force on his body. At this moment, Yi Ling suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned to look at Yi Xian. "Unwilling, right?" Yi Xian said fiercely. "No matter who you are, don't touch me." Yi Ling suddenly waved her right hand, and the mysterious force on Yi Xian's body directly disappeared. Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian. Come on. Yi Xian suddenly held the executing heaven sword, and directly disappeared on the spot. A sword ray tore through the air. In the distance, Yi Ling was expressionless. When the sword ray arrived in front of her, she stretched out 2 fingers and gently clamped it. This clamp directly caught Yi Xian's executing heaven sword. Yi Xian was stunned. He suddenly twisted his right hand, but the sword didn't move a bit. Yi Ling's fingers trembled slightly. Boom. Yi Xian was instantly pushed back hundreds of feet. As soon as he stopped, he heard a cracking sound. The executing heaven sword in his hand directly cracked. Not only the sword, but his body also cracked at this moment. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he felt the gap between him and his opponent. Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian. Do you have any other moves? Yi Xian didn't speak. Yi Ling turned and left. Yi Xian slowly clenched his fists. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly said from a distance, "You can call for help. But I can tell you that among all the people you know, only your younger sister in plain dress dares to hit me. If you have the ability, call her here. Otherwise, it's useless no matter who you call." Yi Xian looked at Yi Ling. Why did you take my sister away? Yi Ling remained expressionless. If I want to, then I do. Do you have a problem with that? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. On the spot, Yi Xian turned around to look at the ponytailed woman. The ponytailed woman shook her head. She was right. Only that woman in plain dress dares to hit her. She didn't dare either. It wasn't that she couldn't hit her, but she didn't know how to hit her, because their entire family owed her. Meanwhile, Yi Xian charged directly at Yi Ling. He didn't know who the soul within Yi Ling's body was. All he knew was that he couldn't allow that person to occupy Yi Ling's body. He wouldn't allow it. In the distance, Yi Ling didn't even turn around. A dim light flashed. Hiss. Before Yi Xian could react, he was blasted flying by the dim light, and he flew for an entire 3 kilometers. As soon as he stopped, his body cracked open. Blood sprayed from it. A ferocious expression appeared on Yi Xian's face. He held his sword in his right hand, and was about to attack again. However, a ray of dim light suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next moment, a spike was pressed against the center of his forehead, and it pierced half an inch into his forehead. His forehead split open and blood sprayed from it. Yi Ling didn't even turn around. Do you know how weak you are? As soon as she finished speaking, she'd vanished into the starry sky. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded in the mind of the ponytailed woman who stood by Yi Xian's side. All of you were too merciful to him. The ponytailed woman fell silent. Meanwhile, Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly while the spike was still pressed against the center of his forehead. The ponytailed woman gazed at Yi Xian. She won't harm your younger sister. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure gradually became ethereal. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed the spike, and then he turned around and left. The ponytailed woman suddenly said, "That's mine." Yi Xian didn't even turn around. "It's mine now." The ponytailed woman was slightly taken aback. Then she shook her head and smiled. What a big heart. There was a hint of admiration in her eyes. That was because Yi Xian wasn't affected by Yi Ling's words. One could have pride, but one had to know oneself better. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of her. She was none other than Tendo. The ponytailed woman looked at Tendo and didn't say a word. Tendo smiled and said, "Hello." The ponytailed woman asked, "What's the matter?" Tendo nodded. "It's a small matter." A moment later, the ponytailed woman disappeared completely. Tendo remained silent. No one knew what she said. After a moment, Tendo smiled and turned around to leave. After Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan, he locked himself in his room. Yi Xian looked at the thorn in front of him. On the thorn, there were 2 small words, Yellow Springs. He had always felt that he was very, very strong. Even if he faced a half-step self-release realm expert, he would still be able to fight. Especially his corporeal body. Who in the 5th dimension could break his corporeal body? But that mysterious woman just now made him understand. His corporeal body had only reached the peak of this universe. But what about beyond this universe? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly understood something. Yi Xian's opponents were from this universe, but there were also opponents from beyond this universe. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. Is there no end to this? Saying this, he took out the book room. All his troubles were because of this book room. This book room had been brought down by the prophet from above. What exactly was inside? At this time, the elder sister appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at her. Does Senior know what's inside? The elder sister said softly, Mr.'s background, as well as his life's work. Yi Xian said solemnly, do you know what his background is? The elder sister shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian was speechless. The elder sister looked at Yi Xian. You can't open the book room now, so don't force it. This is definitely Mr.'s intention. He feels that you don't have the strength to open it. Moreover, once this study room is opened, Mr.'s background will be revealed. This might not be a good thing for you. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The elder sister said calmly, let me ask you, what if Mr. had many enemies when he was alive? You are now Mr.'s inheritor. His enemies and his karma will naturally have to be borne by you. Yi Xian suddenly flew into a rage. Damn, why? I'm not convinced. I'm not doing it. This isn't fair. I don't want to be a scapegoat anymore. I'm not doing it. P.S. Someone actually doubts my looks. Everyone can add my WeChat public account, Qingwan Peak. There's my photo on it. You can see how handsome I am. Don't blind your eyes. Chapter 1184. Scapegoat. Yi Xian realized that the scapegoat he carried the most was the prophet. This was too unfair. In front of Yi Xian, the big sister said, you can give the study away. Give it away. Yi Xian was silent. He took out the study and looked at it. He really wanted to give it away. Because up until now, not only did this thing not help him, it was constantly bringing trouble to him. But the fifth dimension was coming. If he gave it away, what would happen to the fifth dimension? Not only could he not give it away, he also had to find a way to activate it. As if he thought of something, he looked at the strange thorn in front of him. Yi Ling. Whether it was the mysterious woman inside Yi Ling's body or the ponytailed woman, they were both telling him that he was very weak. The ponytailed woman was tactful, but the mysterious woman was very direct. Was she wrong? No. But how could he be considered strong? Wasn't he walking fast enough? Yi Xian stood up and walked to the door. He looked at the sky, where a white cloud was floating. His thoughts also floated away. At this moment, he thought of the plain dress woman. He suddenly realized that the plain dress woman had done a lot for him. Many of them were things he knew, but there were even more that he didn't know. She had always been paying for him. Always. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a bit of heartache. Right now, the plain dress woman could help him take on many unknown dangers, but could she always do it for him? He believed in the plain dress woman's strength, but as the ponytailed woman said, the unknown was the most terrifying. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He really had to work hard. Before, the mysterious woman wanted to take Yi Ling away, but he was powerless. If that mysterious woman was someone from spirit realm, what would he do? He didn't want to experience powerlessness and despair again. The most painful thing in the world was powerlessness. But he had really worked hard. But the enemies were getting stronger and stronger, and there were more and more of them. Especially the inexplicable karma on his body. When he was young, he felt that man could conquer nature. However, as he grew stronger and stronger, he realized that things weren't that simple. Most of the time, the stronger you are, the more helpless you are. Because the stronger you are, the more you know. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't a good thing. Prophet. He had obtained the World Prison Pagoda. This was a great opportunity, but at the same time, it was also a disaster. Ever since he came to the fifth dimension, he had encountered countless troubles because of the bookstore. Moreover, there might be more trouble. Because of the prophet. He didn't know who the prophet was, but he knew that the prophet's identity would definitely bring him great trouble. In any case, he would always be prepared for the worst. Now that the plain dress woman had left, The ponytailed woman would not appear again. He could only bear everything by himself. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian turned to look at Big Sister. What will happen when the Tao Law gathers? Big Sister said in a deep voice. Invincible in the 5 dimensions. Invincible in the 5 dimensions. Yi Xian hesitated. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Big Sister looked at Yi Xian. Mister isn't as good as the owner of the 3 swords in the pagoda. However, don't forget that Xiao Ta and the 9 Tao Laws have fought with the 3 of them before. Yi Xian was silent. The World Prison Pagoda had fought with the 3 of them before. Although they were defeated in the end, this was enough to prove how terrifying Xiao Ta was. There was basically no one in the 5th dimension who could fight with the 3 of them. Big Sister said, I have already contacted the other 3 Tao Laws. They will rush back. At that time, when all the Tao Laws return, you will be shocked by it. Yi Xian smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Big Sister sized up Yi Xian. Your biggest problem now is your realm. If you don't increase your realm, even if the Tao Laws return, you won't be able to display their true power. Realm. Yi Xian nodded. I know. He was only in the rebirth tier. Although he could reach the Shattering Void tier with the help of Sword Domain, this was equivalent to taking a shortcut. His own realm was a drawback after all. He had to increase it. However, he had more important things to do now. Yi Xian left the room, and an old man stood not far in front of him. Baizong. This was the helper that the ponytailed woman left for him. Yi Xian walked in front of Baizong, and Baizong hurriedly bowed. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian shook his head. Senior can call me Yi Xian or little friend Yi. Baizong hesitated, then nodded. Okay. Yi Xian looked at Baizong. You are the Saint Church leader? Baizong nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said. How is the situation in the spirit realm now? Baizong glanced at Yi Xian. After this, the spirit realm definitely won't provoke little friend Yi. If he had known that such a terrifying elite existed behind Yi Xian, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. That ponytailed woman was too terrifying. Seeming to think of something, Baizong said again. Little friend Yi, can the people of the Saint Church come here? Yi Xian looked at Baizong. You want the people of the Saint Church to come to the 5th dimension? Baizong nodded. To tell you the truth, the spirit chi in the spirit realm is very bad now, not very suitable for cultivation. This is why the spirit realm wants to seize little friend's study house. Because we want to use this study house to attack the 6th dimension. Emph. At this time, a sneer came from the side. Yi Xian turned to look. Not far away, Li Chenfeng walked over. Li Chenfeng looked at Baizong. Attack the 6th dimension. The spirit realm thinks too highly of itself. Baizong said indifferently. If not for that cosmic barrier, the spirit realm would directly go to the 6th dimension this time. Li Chenfeng smiled. Going to the 6th dimension is seeking your own destruction. Baizong glanced at Li Chenfeng and didn't say anything. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Li Chenfeng. Senior Li, many thanks for this time. Li Chenfeng smiled. Young Master Yi is too polite. This time, without us, young Master Yi can still turn misfortune into fortune. In reality, he wasn't worried at all because there was a super expert behind Yi Xian, the plain-dressed woman. If that woman appeared, the spirit realm would probably disappear from the world. But he didn't expect that the plain-dressed woman didn't appear, but a woman with a spear. Even more unexpected was that the spear-wielding woman was so terrifying. This Yi Xian's background was too terrifying. Back then, the Union Hall wanted to rob his study house. Thinking of this, Li Chenfeng felt a trace of lingering fear. Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior Li, who sent you down to help? Li Chenfeng withdrew his thoughts. He hesitated and then said, I don't know the specifics, we came down under orders. Yi Xian asked, Hall Master One? Li Chenfeng nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why did she help me? Baizong also looked at Li Chenfeng. This was also what he wanted to know. Why would the 6th dimension come down to help Yi Xian? This wasn't normal. Li Chenfeng hesitated and then said, I don't know the specifics, but it should be related to that plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian was silent. In reality, He'd already expected this. At this time, Li Chunfeng suddenly said, "Little friend Yi, the fifth dimension's tribulation is about to arrive. Why don't you go up to the sixth dimension with us?" Go up to the sixth dimension. Nearby, Baizong glanced at Yi Xian. He was actually a bit tempted. Go up to the sixth dimension. In reality, if the sixth dimension could let people go up at will, they would have gone up directly back then. Because no matter if it was the fifth dimension or the spirit realm, they were all going to experience the fifth dimension's tribulation. They were very strong and might be able to survive the fifth dimension's tribulation. But what about after they survived? In a world that experienced the fifth dimension's tribulation, spirit energy was extremely scarce for a short period of time. At that time, it wasn't suitable for cultivation at all. Therefore, to top experts like them, the sixth dimension was the best choice. But the sixth dimension wouldn't let them go up. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had such a chance to go up directly. It had to be said that Baizong's heart was slightly complicated. Having someone behind you really was different. What others had to beg for with their lives, he didn't need to beg at all and directly possessed it. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. At this time, Yi Xian shook his head. "I won't go up." Li Chunfeng hesitated and then said, "Little friend Yi, you'll have to experience the fifth dimension's tribulation here." Yi Xian smiled. "My friends are all here." Li Chunfeng sighed in a low voice. In fact, the United Hall really hoped that Yi Xian would go up. If Yi Xian could go up, the United Hall would gain a super ally. Unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't let go of the people here in the fifth dimension. However, he was very clear that it was impossible for the sixth dimension to let these people go up. The current order of the sixth dimension couldn't be broken. Otherwise, it was very likely that the sixth dimension would follow in the footsteps of the fifth dimension and spirit realm. Yi Xian smiled. "I, Yi Xian, appreciate seniors and the sixth dimension's kind intentions." Li Chunfeng glanced at Yi Xian and smiled slightly. "I admire little friend Yi for his loyalty and loyalty. Hall Master Wen has already told me that if little friend changes his mind, you can contact us at any time." Yi Xian smiled. "Contact you?" Li Chunfeng nodded. "Little friend can go find the fifth dimension's Tendo here." The fifth dimension's Tendo? Yi Xian was silent. Could it be that the sixth dimension's help this time was related to that woman? Li Chunfeng suddenly said, "Little friend, we will take our leave first." Yi Xian cupped his fists at Li Chunfeng. "Take care." Li Chunfeng nodded. "Take care." After saying this, he directly disappeared with the experts of the sixth dimension. At this time, Baizong suddenly said, "Little friend Yi, actually we can completely bring everyone in the fifth dimension to fight our way up to the sixth dimension." Yi Xian looked at Baizong. Baizong smiled. "The sixth dimension doesn't have a fifth dimension tribulation. Yi Xian smiled. "What happens after we fight our way up?" Baizong was startled. "After we fight our way up, no one will have to experience the fifth dimension tribulation. Everyone." Yi Xian shook his head. "Not long after, the sixth dimension will also experience the fifth dimension tribulation." After saying this, he turned his head and looked around. Then he softly said, "This universe has to change. Let me change it." Chapter 1185. Change this part of the universe. Looking at Yi Xian leaving, Baizong's expression was a little strange. He understood Yi Xian's meaning, but he knew it would be very difficult. After thinking for a long time, Baizong sighed. His heart was complicated. Yi Xian missed the opportunity to go to the sixth dimension. It had to be said a little. In the distance, Yi Xian found the martial realm of the upper realms. This time, the upper realms lost more than 10 super experts. Yi Xian cupped his fists at Wu Jing. "Thank you for coming to help, senior." Wu Jing smiled. "You're welcome." Yi Xian hesitated, then said, "Why did senior come down to help?" He naturally did not think that the other came down to help because of Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not have that kind of influence. Wu Jing smiled. "Just treat it as a good karma, okay?" Yi Xian smiled. "Okay." Wu Jing looked at Yi Xian. "You should go with them." Yi Xian smiled. "What about the people around me?" Wu Jing said softly. It is not a good thing to have too many fetters on the road of martial arts. Yi Xian smiled. It is not fetters, it is responsibility. Senior, when the army of Spirit Realm came, they did not leave me. How can I leave them? Wu Jing was silent. Yi Xian said again, Senior, when the fifth dimension comes, you should stay here and fight together. What do you think? Wu Jing smiled. Okay. It was impossible for them to go to the sixth dimension now. The sixth dimension gave face to Yi Xian, but it did not mean it would give face to them. And now if they wanted to survive the fifth dimension, following Yi Xian was the best way out. Because Yi Xian had the book house, there was someone behind him. After chatting with Wu Jing for a while, Yi Xian turned and left. At this moment, Wu Zongxing appeared beside Yi Xian. Looking at the departing Yi Xian, Wu Zongxing suddenly said, he actually gave up the chance to go to the sixth dimension. Wu Jing calmly said, we should rejoice. Wu Zongxing looked at Wu Jing. What do you mean? Wu Jing said softly, if he were to leave selfishly, there would be no study house left in this universe. Shouldn't we be glad? Wu Zongxing remained silent. Yi Xian came to a large hall. At this moment, Amu and the others were all there. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at everyone and said with a smile, our biggest enemy now is the fifth dimension tribulation. Everyone fell silent. Fifth dimension tribulation. Although the crisis of Spirit Realm had been resolved, they still faced an even greater crisis, and that was the fifth dimension tribulation. Yi Xian continued, our overall strength is still not strong enough. Therefore all of us have to become stronger. Amu suddenly said, what do you think? Yi Xian looked at Senior Sister Lu at the side. Senior Sister Lu, the Sword Sex senior brothers are much stronger than the other races. I want them to give us some pointers. What do you think? Senior Sister Lu nodded, sure. Yi Xian turned to look at Baitsong not far away. Senior Baitsong, can the half-step self-release realm experts on your side also give us pointers? Baitsong smiled. Of course. Yi Xian continued, some of our cultivation resources might be lacking. Baitsong hesitated and then said, little friend Yi, don't worry. My Saint Hall has stored a lot over the years. However, these resources can only sustain the cultivation of a small number of people. Also, little friend Yi, you have to know Dao Yi's point. To nurture a return to realm break realm expert, the consumption is huge. This is when they have talent and potential. He was afraid that Yi Xian wanted to nurture a large number of return to realm break realm experts. That was too difficult. Yi Xian nodded. I know. However, at this moment, we can only do our best to strengthen our own people. Baitsong hesitated to speak. Yi Xian said, Senior, you can tell me anything. Baitsong said, we don't have enough cultivation resources. Yi Xian smiled and said, I intend to head to Spirit Realm. Head to Spirit Realm. Everyone here was shocked when they heard this. Baitsong was slightly stunned as well. He glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak further. Is this fellow going to take revenge? Yi Xian looked at Amu and said, Amu, come with me. Amu nodded and smiled. All right. After Yi Xian gave instructions for everything, he took Amu and Baitsong with him to Spirit Realm. In the starry sky, Yi Xian flew on his sword. Beside him was Amu, while Baitsong was behind them. Although he was stronger than Yi Xian and Amu, he didn't dare to underestimate Yi Xian. Not only because of the ponytail girl, but also because of Sixth Dimension's attitude towards Yi Xian. Sixth Dimension's attitude towards Yi Xian was something he couldn't imagine. Sixth Dimension's power was definitely not weaker than Spirit Realm, but Sixth Dimension was willing to make an exception for Yi Xian. Moreover, he was very humble in front of Yi Xian. This was definitely not normal. There was only one explanation for Sixth Dimension to be so humble. Sixth Dimension couldn't afford to offend Yi Xian. Every time he thought of this, his heart was filled with bitterness. What kind of monster did they offend? Fortunately, he was relatively lucky because he was still alive, while Guansheng and Immemorial Yuan were completely gone. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but think of something his master had once said to him. People should be timid when it was time to be timid. Most of the time, timidity wasn't cowardice, but great wisdom. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said from afar. Senior Baitsong, previously your plan was to kill me, seize the study house, and then plot against sixth dimension? Baitsong smiled embarrassedly. That's what I thought at the time. Yi Xian said. Why didn't you attack sixth dimension directly? After all, it would be easier that way. Baitsong hesitated and then said, At the time, we felt that you were easier to bully. Hearing this, Amu covered his mouth and laughed lightly. Yi Xian glanced at Baitsong and shook his head. Actually, the other's thinking was not wrong. If it wasn't for the ponytail girl, his side definitely wouldn't be able to stop Spirit Realm. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior ninth floor, you should be able to come out now, right? Ninth floor said, Yes. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Then why don't you come out? Is it fun in the tower? Ninth floor said indifferently. Why should I go out? I feel that it's pretty good here. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? Don't you want freedom? Ninth floor said. I really wanted freedom before, but now, I want to live. I feel that before the fifth dimension tribulation ends, staying by your side is the safest. Yi Xian's expression was slightly strange. Senior, with your strength it should be very easy to go to sixth dimension, right? Ninth floor suddenly said. Am I very, very powerful in your heart? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Ninth floor said. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Unfortunately, I'm not that powerful. To go to sixth dimension, you have to fulfill 3 conditions. First, you have to obtain the permission of this place's Tendo. Second, you have to pass through the barrier of the universe. This process is very dangerous. Third, you have to obtain the permission of sixth dimension. Let me tell you, kid, sixth dimension gives you face. But it doesn't mean that they will give face to others. Those fellows are very sensitive, and they really don't welcome experts from other places to go to their place. Yi Xian was silent. In fact, he understood the sixth dimension, because the sixth dimension had its current order. If other experts went there, they might very well break that order. Not everyone was willing to abide by that order. As Baitsong had said, if he had begged the pony-tailed woman, he might have been able to bring people from the lower realm to sixth dimension. But what if he went to sixth dimension, forcefully changing the order of sixth dimension? Then many years later, everyone would be done with the sixth dimension and continue to experience the fifth dimension tribulation? As long as the people of fifth dimension didn't change, the tribulation would always be there. Therefore, he chose to change. Although it was very difficult, he had to do it. Ninth floor suddenly said, Kid, it's really a pity that you gave up on going up. Yi Xian smiled. It's not a pity. I feel that this universe is quite good. Ninth floor said, You want to change? Yi Xian smiled. Can't I? Ninth floor was silent for a moment before saying, I've discovered that you're slowly walking the path of profit. Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Why do you say that? Ninth floor said, Because Prophet wants to change. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he thought of the cause and effect that the pony-tailed woman had mentioned. Could it be that his path was really arranged by someone else? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. If it was before, he would definitely be bothered, even depressed, and then angry. But now he wouldn't be angry at all, because he discovered that it was enough to do things with a clear conscience. If what he wanted to do was the will of heaven, then he would follow the will of heaven. If it was the will of man, then he would follow the will of man. So what? Boom. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from Yi Xian's body. At the same time, a powerful sword intent surged out from Yi Xian's body like a tidal wave. Baitsong was stunned. Ninth floor was stunned. Amu looked at Yi Xian in shock. Was he going to break through? Yi Xian was also a little dumbfounded. What was he doing? At this moment, Big Sister's voice suddenly sounded. Clear your mind. Clear your mind. Yi Xian was stunned. Soon he understood. If what he wanted to do was the will of heaven, then he would follow the will of heaven. If it was the will of man, then he would follow the will of man. In fact, this was not about following the will of heaven or man. It was about following the will of man. Following the will of man. If he wanted to do something, As long as it was what he wanted to do and he had a clear conscience, then so what if it was the will of heaven or man? Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the aura on his body grew stronger. Not only did his aura grow stronger, but his sword intent also skyrocketed. The starry sky within tens of thousands of zhang around him boiled at this moment. The momentum was extremely shocking. At the same time, the sword in Yi Xian's hand trembled violently as if it was excited. He was going to break through. Amu's eyes were filled with excitement. Yi Xian's breakthrough was definitely great news. In the distance, Bai Tsang's expression was slightly solemn. There was cold sweat on his forehead. He could break through just by walking? Damn it, isn't this cheating? Bai Tsang looked at Yi Xian. Why don't I just call him Young Master Yi in the future? P.S. I've been thinking of organizing an event recently. I want to invite some book friends for a meal and eat spicy soup. Chapter 1186. Somewhere in the starry sky, the fifth dimension Tendo was leisurely walking. Recently she had been busy, because there were a lot of things to do. Moreover, the fifth dimension tribulation was coming. Originally, when the plain dress woman was in this cosmos, she was very idle. Because of her, many troublesome matters wouldn't appear. The plain dress woman had this kind of deterrence. But after she left, more and more troublesome matters appeared in this cosmos. To put it simply, she was currently very busy. At this time, the fifth dimension Tendo suddenly stopped. She opened her palm and gently swiped it in front of her. This swipe caused the space in front of her to become illusory. And within that illusory space, she could see countless threads. Karma threads. Not her karma threads, but Yi Xian's. Seeing these karma threads, the Tendo slightly frowned. Because she discovered that not only were there more and more karma threads, but they were also becoming more and more solid. At this time, a voice came from beside her. Why didn't that woman directly cut off his karma threads? The Tendo softly said. If she did, he would die. Only he could make that woman put down her sword. The voice was somewhat puzzled. Why would he die? The Tendo said with a smile. This is like an ordinary person growing a tumor. Tell me, if he cut off the tumor, would he survive? No, if he forcibly cut it off, he would only die faster. The voice was silent. The Tendo said again. There is only one way to solve this problem, and that is himself. Only he can cut off or change the karma threads on his body. The voice asked. Can he do it? The Tendo said with a smile. He can't. The voice. The Tendo said again. However, he can do it better. The voice was puzzled. What do you mean? The Tendo said with a smile. If the tumor can't be cut off, then why not coexist with it? What he is doing now is obeying the tumor and maintaining a state of equilibrium with it. Simply put, what he wants to do now is what the tumor wants to do. Therefore, not only will the tumor not kill him, it will also help him. At this point, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. What an interesting little fellow. The voice suddenly said. What if one day, the two of them have a conflict? Tendo rolled his eyes. What's the point of thinking so much about the future? The voice said. The problem exists, he can't avoid it. The Tendo smiled and said, some problems can't be solved in a short time. The voice said, you are so smart, can you help him deal with it? The Tendo shrugged. Big sister, don't you think too highly of me? The voice said, I think you are very powerful. Tendo blinked. Is it very powerful? The voice said, yes. Tendo laughed. The karma on him is not something I can solve, but, speaking up to this point, she blinked. However, we can follow his karmic line and change it for him. The voice was puzzled. Change? Tendo nodded and smiled. For example, the tumor was originally growing on his head, but we can move it to his butt. The voice. Tendo laughed and walked away. Soon, she arrived at Tendo's pawn shop. Xiao Dao was still in the pawn shop. Seeing Tendo, Xiao Dao said in a deep voice, they were here? Diabolism family. Tendo nodded. They were here. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. You blocked it for me? Tendo smiled and said, yes. Aren't you touched? Xiao Dao shook her head. You are looking for trouble for yourself. She was the only one who knew how terrifying her family was. Tendo blinked. If I say that I caused a little trouble for your family, you won't mind, right? Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. Don't play with fire. Heavenly Dao smiled and said, You don't worry about me. I know your diabolism family is very powerful, but they won't cause trouble for me for the time being. Xiao Dao frowned. Why? Tendo smiled. Because they might cause trouble for others. Xiao Dao was puzzled. What do you mean? Tendo shook her head. Nothing. I am not here to talk to you about this. I want to tell you something. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. What is it? Tendo blinked. You have to promise me that you can't be angry. Xiao Dao said calmly. Say it or not. Tendo quickly said. Do you want to have a breakthrough in your bloodline? Xiao Dao frowned. What do you mean? Tendo smiled. I mean, I have a way to make your bloodline break through. Hearing this, the little Taoist could not help but clench her fists tightly. She looked at the heavenly Dao. Do you know what you're saying? Tendo nodded. I know. Xiao Dao stared at Tendo. In my diabolism family, no one has been able to make a breakthrough in their bloodline for hundreds of thousands of years. Although I think I am very powerful, I don't have the confidence to break through the bloodline shackles and change the diabolism family. Diabolism bloodline. In her world, the diabolism family's bloodline was ranked second among all bloodlines. The diabolism bloodline was incomparably overbearing. The reason why the diabolism family could become a super overlord was because of this bloodline. This was because once a member of a demonic path family was born, especially a direct descendant of a demonic path family, they would forever possess the bloodline of the demonic path. Their cultivation would be dozens of times faster than others, and once they activated the power of their demonic path bloodline, they would far surpass an ordinary person. However, the diabolism family's success was also due to their bloodline. This was because the diabolism bloodline was too strong. For the descendants of the diabolism family to break through the bloodline shackles was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But at this time, when Tendo said she had a way to help her make a breakthrough, she naturally found it hard to believe. But she knew that this woman in front of her was quite reliable. Tendo earnestly said, It's true. Xiao Dao said in a low voice, What method? Tendo blinked. I'll say this first. You can't be angry. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. All right, I won't be angry. Tendo earnestly said. Do you know what Yixian's bloodline is? Xiao Dao nodded. I know. His bloodline is no weaker than my diabolism bloodline. Tendo sternly said, My method is if you and Yixian combine, your bloodline will definitely be able to break through. Ah, don't hit me. I'm not finished yet. Hey, you said you won't be angry. You don't be like this. Isn't it just a nap? It's very simple. After a while, the entire endless underground city shook violently, as if there was a great earthquake. In the starry sky, Yixian's eyes were tightly closed. Around him, the sword intent and aura were still increasing wildly. And at this moment, the surrounding starry sky had gradually become illusory. Baitsong and Amu had already retreated to a distance. Looking at Yixian in the distance, Baitsong was silent. He knew that Yixian's breakthrough was imminent. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, Senior, will there be any trouble when we go to the spirit realm this time? This was what she was worried about. Although the spirit realm had been defeated, but her intuition told her that this trip to the spirit realm might not be so peaceful. Baitsong said softly, It depends on what little friend Yi is going to do. Amu looked at Baitsong. Are there any super experts in the spirit realm? Baitsong nodded. The banished deity island. There are 2 people there, and they are very strong. The banished deity island. Amu nodded slightly. She was about to speak, but at this moment, Yixian in the distance suddenly opened his eyes. And at this moment, the sword intent and aura around him surged back into his body like a tide. Soon, the surrounding starry sky returned to normal. Yixian opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, he was already at the peak of the 3rd tier of the mortal sword realm. The sword Dao realm could be said to have reached the limit of this universe, because no one in the fifth dimension had surpassed the third tier. Not only his Sword Dao realm, but his realm had also reached the ruler realm. Double breakthrough. This surprised him a little, because he did not expect that not only his Sword Dao realm had a breakthrough, but his realm had also followed. At this time Baitsong suddenly smiled. Congratulations, little friend. Yi Xian smiled and then said, Senior Baitsong, I know what the origin returning realm breaker realm is, but this half-step self-release. Baitsong shook his head and smiled. Half-step self-release is actually equivalent to the limit of the origin returning realm breaker realm. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. What do you mean? Baitsong said solemnly. The self-release realm is not within the Grand Dao. Half-step self-release is actually still within the Grand Dao, and has not walked out of the Grand Dao, not even taking half a step out. It can be said that half-step self-release realm is the limit of the origin returning realm breaker realm. And this limit is actually worlds apart from the true self-release realm. As he spoke, he paused and then said, Before Guansheng and I thought that we could fight a self-release realm, but in reality, we were too arrogant. A true self-release realm expert is not something we can contend against. This difference in realm is really not something that can be made up for by any external object. That ponytail woman was at least a self-release realm, and in front of her, he did not even have the power to resist. Also, the other was just an avatar. Thinking about what Guansheng had said before about fighting a self-release realm expert, it was a great joke. In the distance, Yi Xian was silent. He had not thought that the difference between a half-step self-release realm expert and a self-release realm expert would be so great. Self-release? Yi Xian looked towards the depths of space. Escaping from the Grand Dao, not within the Grand Dao. How could one do that? He slightly regretted not asking the plain-dressed woman now. Moments later, Yi Xian gathered his thoughts. He looked at Baitsong and Amu. Let's go. Baitsong nodded. Soon, the trio disappeared into the stars. A long time later, the trio arrived at Spirit Realm. Stepping into Spirit Realm, Baitsong suddenly said, Friend Yi, what is your goal in coming to Spirit Realm? Yi Xian looked towards the horizon. Very simple. Baitsong looked at Yi Xian and waited for him to continue. Yi Xian was expressionless. Those who obey me prosper. Those who oppose me die. Baitsong. Chapter 1187. As Yi Xian's voice fell, the battlefield suddenly became quiet. Baitsong was silent. He had already guessed that Yi Xian did not come to play this time. Spirit Realm's sky was about to change. Baitsong sighed softly. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior Baitsong, please lead the way, Spirit of Dark Race. Spirit of Dark Race. Baitsong nodded. All right. Finishing, he took Yi Xian and Amu and disappeared into the horizon. Spirit World. At this time, Spirit World was lifeless. Ever since they were defeated in the fifth dimension, all Spirit of Dark Race experts lived in fear. That woman killed a half-step self-release realm expert with one spear. How could they fight? There was no way. If that woman came to Spirit of Dark Race. Thinking of this, the Spirit of Dark Race experts could not help but feel fear. On this day, Guan Yin, who was in a room, suddenly opened her eyes. The next moment, she appeared in the sky above Spirit of Dark Race. At this time, all the Spirit of Dark Race experts looked up at the horizon. In the sky, 3 people stood. The one leading was Yi Xian. He came. Guan Yin looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. At this time, the Spirit of Dark Race experts had surrounded her. Yi Xian looked at Guan Yin. From now on, Amu will take over Spirit of Dark Race. Do you have any objections? Guan Yin was silent. Yi Xian suddenly slashed. Under this slash, Guan Yin's arm flew off, blood splattering. In the field, all the Spirit of Dark Race experts changed their expressions. A dozen origin returning realm experts were about to attack, but they were stopped by Guan Yin. Yi Xian looked at Guan Yin. I will ask one last time. Do you have any objections? Guan Yin shook her head. No objections. From now on, Spirit of Dark Race will listen to your orders. She knew that there were only 2 outcomes for Spirit of Dark Race. One was to be destroyed, or submit like Baitsong Holy Hall. Fight. No, there was no chance. The person behind Yi Xian was too terrifying. It could be said that as long as they fought, the spirit of 9 Yin would be exterminated. Yi Xian turned his head and looked at Amu. You stay here and help her deal with the Dark Yin race's matters. After you're done, let her bring the Dark Yin race's experts to the 5th dimension. Once you're there, you'll arrange everything. Amu nodded. All right. Yi Xian looked at Baitsong. Senior Baitsong, let's go to the ancient race. Baitsong glanced at Guan Yin in the distance, and then said, leaving Miss Amu here. I'm afraid it's a little dangerous. Yi Xian turned to glance at Guan Yin. Would she dare? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with Baitsong. Guan Yin remained silent. The faces of the spirits of 9 dead in the surroundings were extremely ugly. Surrender. They had never imagined that the spirits of 9 Yin would actually submit to others one day. Was he willing? Naturally, he was unwilling. Some of the spirit of 9 Yin experts suddenly gazed at Amu with hostile expressions. However, Amu's expression was very calm. Guan Yin turned around and glanced at the spirit of 9 Yin experts. Stand down. The spirit of 9 Yin experts were slightly hesitant. Guan Yin took a deep breath. Can all of you defeat that woman? That woman. The spirit of 9 Yin experts fell silent, and it didn't take long for some of them to retreat. Guan Yin looked at Amu. High Priest Amu, come with me. Amu nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them left. In the distant horizon, Yi Xian and Baitsong arrived at the ancient race. As soon as they arrived, a few dozen formidable auras enveloped them. Baitsong frowned slightly. He waved his right hand, and the auras were instantly dispersed. Meanwhile, a young man appeared in front of Yi Xian. Primordial Ming, the former young clan leader of the ancient race. Of course, he was now the clan leader of the ancient race. Behind Primordial Ming, there were a few dozen origin-breaking realm-returning realm experts. Primordial Ming looked at Yi Xian. I wonder if Brother Yi can let my ancient race off. Yi Xian nodded. Sure. Primordial Ming was slightly startled. What condition? Yi Xian looked at Primordial Ming. From now on, the ancient race will listen to my orders. Primordial Ming's expression turned ugly. Brother Yi, can you change the condition? Yi Xian suddenly slashed with his sword. Chi. Before Primordial Ming could react, one of his arms was chopped off. The ancient race experts were shocked, but no one dared to make a move. Yi Xian looked at Primordial Ming. Am I discussing with you? Primordial Ming was silent. At this moment, Baitsong suddenly said, Does the ancient race want to be exterminated? Primordial Ming looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, do you really want to fight to the death? Yi Xian suddenly stabbed with his sword. Boom. Primordial Ming's head flew off. Blood splattered. The expressions of the ancient race experts changed. Some of them were about to make a move when a voice rang out from below. Stop. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. There a man was walking over. At this moment, Baitsong's voice rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Primordial Yuan's son, Primordial Qing, is an illegitimate child. His talent isn't any lower than Primordial Ming's, but because of his identity, he has always been suppressed. Primordial Qing walked in front of Yi Xian and bowed to Yi Xian. Then he turned to the ancient race experts. Has everyone forgotten about the death of the clan leader? The death of the clan leader. The expressions of the primordial race experts turned slightly unsightly when they heard this. The clan leader had been stabbed to death with a single spear. Primordial Qing gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, Can you convince the ancient race? Primordial Qing shook his head. I can't. Yi Xian said, Who do you think deserves to die? Primordial Qing pointed at an old man nearby. He's the clan leader's younger brother, and he has the highest prestige. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared fixedly at Primordial Qing with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Yi Xian suddenly said, Kill him. Baitsong vanished on the spot. The old man's expression changed drastically. Everyone, attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, he smashed his fist forward. However, He'd only just punched forward when his head was blasted apart by a powerful force. There was a huge gap between a Returnance Realm expert and a half-step self-release realm expert. The experts of the ancient race were stunned when they saw the old man being killed in an instant. Yi Xian looked up into the starry sky. He sensed a powerful aura. Half-step self-release realm. In truth, whether it was the Spirit-Yin race, the Holy Church, or the ancient race, they all had more than one half-step self-release realm expert. Yi Xian looked up into the horizon. If you dare to attack, I will exterminate the ancient race. I will not even spare a chicken or dog. There was no response from the horizon. Yi Xian looked at Primordial Qing in front of him. From now on, you are the ancient race patriarch. Who else do you think deserves to die? Primordial Qing was silent for a moment. He shook his head. No one. Yi Xian nodded. Have your people prepare. Once they are ready, immediately head to the 5th dimension. Primordial Qing nodded. Okay. Yi Xian looked up into the horizon, and then left with Bite Song. On the battlefield, Primordial Qing looked at the distant Yi Xian. It was unknown what he was thinking. All around, all the ancient race experts were silent. In the distance, Bite Song suddenly said, Little friend, Primordial Qing cannot convince the masses. Yi Xian nodded. I know. Bite Song looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian coldly smiled. In truth, I hope that they will resist. Bite Song was puzzled. Why? Yi Xian looked up into the horizon. He lightly said, This way, I can kill them all. Bite Song. Yi Xian quickly walked into the distance. In truth, he wanted to exterminate the Spirit-Yin race and the ancient race. But with his current strength he couldn't do so. And most importantly, if he wanted to change this universe he needed people. Bite Song glanced at Yi Xian, and then followed. After leaving the ancient race, Yi Xian had Bite Song bring him to the Holy Church. The Holy Church's headquarters was in the Holy City. The Holy City was extremely prosperous and there were many people in the city. On the streets, Yi Xian and Bite Song slowly walked. No one recognized Bite Song. Clearly, this guy didn't often appear in the eyes of ordinary people. Bite Song suddenly said, Little friend Yi, can I bring the people of the Holy City to the 5th dimension? Yi Xian looked at Bite Song. Bite Song smiled awkwardly. I'm a little selfish. My cultivation is related to the power of faith. The people in the city are all my believers. If I bring them there, I can save them and I can continue cultivating. Yi Xian turned and looked around. He softly said, Help me pass down my order. Tell the people of Spirit Realm that as long as they are willing, they can go to the 5th dimension. If I can resist the 5th dimension calamity, then everyone will live. If I can't, then everyone will die together. If they are not willing, I won't force them. But if they go to the 5th dimension, then they must follow the order that I, Yi Xian, set. Bite Song nodded. Okay. Yi Xian suddenly said, Can I visit the Banished Immortal Island? The Banished Immortal Island. Bite Song's expression changed. He hurriedly shook his head. Little friend Yi Xian, don't provoke those two grandpas. Those two are really unreasonable people. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Then he nodded. Okay. Hearing this, Bite Song immediately relaxed. He was really afraid that Yi Xian would provoke those two women. Those two women were really crazy. After a moment, Bite Song left. On the streets, Yi Xian slowly walked. 5th dimension calamity. Right now, he had no enemies in the 5th dimension or the 6th dimension. However, this 5th dimension calamity was something he had to face. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around to look. There was a woman sitting not too far away on his right. The woman wore tight clothes, her hair was tied up high, and there was a wooden sword on her back. Moreover, there was a bowl of wine in front of her. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly picked up the bowl and drained it in one gulp. After that, she placed the bowl on the table, and then she turned around to look at Yi Xian. In the next moment, she suddenly pressed her fingers together and pointed at Yi Xian. Go. The wooden sword on her back suddenly flew out, and it tore through the sky and slashed directly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. He suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and his sword domain appeared. However, at the instant that the wooden sword entered his sword domain actually shattered on the spot. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly when he saw this scene. He held the executioner heaven sword in his hand and stabbed forward. This strike directly stabbed the wooden sword. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively for over 10 kilometers, and he directly retreated into the mountains outside the city. Moreover, his entire body had even split apart, especially his right hand. Ghastly white bones could even be seen. Yi Xian was slightly dazed. Damn it! I just broke through, yet I'm getting beaten up? P.S. If you don't vote, then is there any meaning to the existence of votes? Chapter 1188. At this moment, Yi Xian was indeed dumbfounded. Who was this sword-wielding woman swordsman? Moreover, she was wielding a wooden sword. Most importantly, his body was actually unable to absorb the other party's sword intent. His invincible sword physique actually failed at this moment. Yi Xian looked at the woman who was walking towards him. She had an oval face and a pair of phoenix eyebrows. Her eyes were calm, but they exuded a chill that made one shudder. Yi Xian looked at the woman. If I'm not wrong, you should be from the banished immortal island. The woman stopped in her tracks. At this moment, the wooden sword suddenly flew back to her and slowly flew along her body. The woman looked at Yi Xian and was about to attack when Yi Xian suddenly said, "You should have a reason for wanting to kill me, right?" At this moment, his physical body was healing itself. However, that sword earlier could be said to have severely injured him, so he needed some time. The woman took a wine gourd from her waist and took a gulp before saying, "Someone paid me a high price to take your head." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "No matter what the other party paid, I'll pay double." The woman put down the wine gourd and looked at Yi Xian with a raised eyebrow. "Double?" Yi Xian nodded. "Double." The woman shook her head. "I'm a person with principles." Yi Xian raised his palm. 5 times. 5 times. The woman's eyes lit up. "We can negotiate." Yi Xian. The woman opened her palm and in her palm was a wisp of deep purple qi. "The other party gave me this to take your life and then take something from you." Purple qi. Yi Xian glanced at the purple qi, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. That purple qi was so pure. The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Do you have this?" Yi Xian looked at the woman. "Do you need this?" The woman nodded. "Yes." With that, she took out the wine gourd and took a gulp. "How bold." After drinking, the woman looked at Yi Xian. "Do you have it?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The woman took a step forward and arrived in front of Yi Xian. The woman looked at Yi Xian. "He gave me 100 strands of this purple gas." Yi Xian opened his palm. There was a ball of purple gas in his hand. If it was counted by strands, there were at least 1,000 of them. His purple energy was even purer than the purple energy in the woman's hand. Seeing that Yi Xian had so much violet qi in his hand, the wooden sword flying beside the woman suddenly stopped. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "So much." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Yes, they're all yours." The woman said, "Just give me 500. Yi Xian shook his head. "Take the extra as a gift from me." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Why?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'll treat it as a friend. What do you think?" "Friends." The woman fell silent. Yi Xian looked at the woman and was secretly on guard. This woman's strength was much higher than Bai Tsong's. He didn't dare to be careless. The woman suddenly retracted the purple gas. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "More." Yi Xian didn't say anything else and took out another 1,000 strands of purple gas for the woman. The woman didn't refuse. She retracted the purple gas and said, "The one who asked me to kill you is from the 6th dimension. As for who it is, I don't know." The 6th dimension. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Who is it? It shouldn't be the Union Hall. Yi Xian's expression sank. He suddenly realized that the Union Hall couldn't represent the entire 6th dimension. Just because the Union Hall didn't cause trouble for him didn't mean that the other powers wouldn't. Yi Xian looked up at the starry sky above him. Originally, he thought that the 5th dimension and the 6th dimension had no opponents. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case. The woman suddenly said, "The other party is very strong." Yi Xian looked at the woman and asked, "Is he still here?" The woman nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian suddenly said, "You really need the purple gas?" The woman looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yes." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'll hire you to be my bodyguard. What do you think?" The woman said, "It's expensive." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Then can it be cheaper?" The woman thought for a moment and said, 300 strands of purple gas a day. Yi Xian said, "That's fine." The woman said, "I want to go to a place first." As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Are you coming with me?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and asked, "Where?" The woman said, "Banished Immortal Island." Banished Immortal Island. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. Sure enough, it was as he'd guessed. She was from Banished Immortal Island. The woman asked again, "Are you going?" Yi Xian said, "What do you want me to do?" The woman said, "I might need your help." Yi Xian nodded. "I'm going." The woman said, "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she directly flew up onto her sword. Yi Xian laughed bitterly. This fellow really acts swiftly and decisively. Meanwhile, Baizang appeared in front of Yi Xian. Baizang glanced at the ray of light in the distance and said softly, "Young brother Yi, why has she come looking for trouble with you?" Yi Xian said, "Someone in the 6th dimension asked her to kill me." "The 6th dimension?" Baizang frowned. "Who is it?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know. However, I'll investigate it." Baizang nodded. "Looks like there are still some people in the upper dimension who haven't given up, and they want to seize your study." Yi Xian looked at Baizang. "Senior, I'll leave the matters here to you. I'm going to Banished Immortal Island." Baizang hesitated for a moment and said, "It's dangerous." Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew up onto his sword and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Baizang looked at the horizon and shook his head. Are the people in the upper dimension stupid? Do you think you can touch young Master Yi? A bunch of retards. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. At the end of the horizon, Yi Xian and the woman flew on their sword. The woman liked to drink. She had drunk a lot along the way, and her body reeked of alcohol. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. "How should I address you, senior?" The woman put down the wine gourd. "Agio. Agio." Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. "No wonder you like to drink." The woman turned around and glanced at Yi Xian. "You're quite strong. At this realm, you can withstand my sword without getting injured. In the entire spirit realm, only that girl from the spirit clan can barely do that." "Guanyin," Yi Xian asked, "do you know Miss Guanyin, senior?" The woman said casually, "I met her by chance and gave her a few pointers." Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Fortunately, she only gave her a few pointers and didn't take her as a disciple. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. He finally realized that the woman's strength far surpassed that of Guansheng and Baizang. A swordsman of the same level would usually be more powerful than a swordsman of the same level. The woman asked again, "You've comprehended domain?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman said, "There's a big problem with your domain." Hearing this, Yi Xian was delighted and hurriedly asked, "What problem?" The woman picked up the wine gourd at her waist and took a big gulp. Then she said, "Your domain is too weak. Without a strong sword intent and sword cognition to support it, this kind of domain is like grass floating on water. It's too weak and will scatter easily." Yi Xian hesitated and then asked, "Sword cognition?" The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Didn't your master teach you?" Yi Xian blinked, and then he shook his head. "No. She only pointed out a single path for me, and then she asked me to figure out the rest on my own." The woman spoke softly, "No wonder." As she spoke, she hung the wine gourd at her waist and said, "Sword cognition is your faith in the sword Tao. Sword cognition is above sword intent, and once intent attains the limit, it's thought. It's a form of advancement of sword intent. One thought, one sword. One thought, 10,000 thoughts, 10,000 swords. Sword cognition." Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, He'd suddenly noticed a new world in the sword Dao. Sword cognition. In the distance, Audiobook didn't speak any further, and she continued drinking from her wine gourd. Yixian hurriedly walked over to Audiobook, smiled embarrassedly, and then said, "Senior Audiobook, sword cognition is above sword intent. Then how do I achieve one sword with one thought?" Audiobook gazed at Yixian. "What's your faith in the sword Dao?" Yixian fell silent. Faith in the sword Dao. Yixian didn't think for long. Protect. He wanted to use his sword to protect his sister, Yiling, and protect everyone around him. Audiobook said softly, "Will of protection. Then your sword is the sword of protection. The stronger your sword Dao faith is, the stronger your sword cognition will be." As she spoke, she looked at Yixian. The sword is strong because of the person, and the person is strong because of his thoughts. Yixian hurriedly asked, "How do I do it?" Audiobook pondered for a moment, and then said, "Use will as a sword." Yixian asked again, "How do I use will as a sword?" Audiobook looked at Yixian. "If you ask that, there's no way we can continue this conversation." Yixian was speechless. Audiobook continued, "How to use will as a sword depends on you. If you can comprehend it, you can succeed. If you can't, it's meaningless no matter what others say." Yixian looked at the wooden sword behind Audiobook. "Is Senior Audiobook's sword an ordinary wooden sword?" Audiobook nodded. "Yes. Wooden sword." Yixian fell silent. The other party had used a wooden sword to break his sword domain and body. Sword cognition. Yixian took a deep breath. The path of sword Dao was much further than he had imagined. The woman in front of him was a true mortal sword. An ordinary sword was in her hands, but it was comparable to a divine weapon. As for the plain-dressed woman, her realm was definitely higher than the woman in front of him. Then there was a problem. What level had the plain-dressed woman reached? It wasn't entirely a good thing to have an overly powerful sister. Yixian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand. Sword cognition. How could he transform his sword Dao faith into a sword? Yixian fell into deep thought. As for Audiobook, she didn't disturb Yixian, and only cared about drinking. Along the way, Yixian was puzzled and had a headache. He wanted to ask the woman in front of him, but he knew that there wouldn't be an answer. Swordsman was like that. If he could comprehend it, it was fine. If he couldn't, it was useless to say anything else. At this moment, Audiobook suddenly said, "We've arrived." Yixian looked into the distance and saw an island at the end of his vision. Banished Immortal Island. Audiobook led Yixian to land on the island. When they passed by a certain place, Yixian saw a statue. When he saw the statue, he was stunned. He knew this statue. The statue was of a man wearing a cloud-white robe with a sword hanging from his waist. One of the owners of the 3 swords at the top of the pagoda. At this moment, Yixian was dumbfounded. Chapter 1189. One of the owners of the sword at the top of the pagoda. Yixian turned around to look at Audiobook. "Senior Audiobook, who's that?" Audiobook gazed at the statue and said softly, "The founding ancestor of Immortal Banished Island." The founding ancestor of Immortal Banished Island. Yixian fell silent. Audiobook suddenly said, "You seem to know the founding ancestor." Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, "To tell you the truth, I'm an inheritor of your founding ancestor." "Huh?" Audiobook almost spat out the wine she'd just drunk. Yixian gazed at Audiobook and felt slightly innocent. "I'm serious." Audiobook blinked. "Do you have proof?" Yixian said seriously, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. It was the swordsman's sword. Audiobook's expression instantly changed when she saw the sword in Yixian's hand. Yixian gazed at Audiobook. "I wasn't lying, right?" Audiobook gazed at Yixian. "Where did you get this sword?" Yixian said seriously, "Master gave it to me." Audiobook's expression was slightly strange. She picked up the wine gourd at her waist and took a huge gulp. At this moment, her mind was in a mess. This fellow actually has the founding ancestor's sword. What the heck? He even called the founding ancestor master. Then what should I call him? Yixian suddenly said, According to seniority, I should call you senior sister. Senior sister. Audiobook gazed at Yi Xian and hurriedly nodded. Yes. Call me senior sister. Yi Xian hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior sister. Audiobook suddenly asked. How did you know the founding ancestor? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, a very long time ago, I met his clone. He noticed that my physique was extraordinary and my natural talent was extraordinary, so he took me as his disciple. Audiobook sized up Yi Xian and said, that's it. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Audiobook gazed at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. She fell silent for a short moment before she said, I'm quite confused right now. Let me have some wine to calm myself down. After saying that, she picked up the gourd at her waist and gulped it down. Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, Audiobook turned to look at the statue. She drank a mouthful of wine and said softly, there's actually one more junior brother. But my banished immortal island can only have 2 people. What should we do? Yi Xian quickly asked. Why are there only 2 people? Audiobook looked at Yi Xian. Because it has always been 2 people. Yi Xian said seriously. It doesn't matter if there's one more person, right? Audiobook thought for a moment and said, but there have always been only 2 people. Yi Xian's expression turned bitter. Then are you going to kick me out? With that, he turned to look at the statue and suddenly burst into tears. Master. Disciple's life is bitter. First I was chased by the spirit realm, then by the 6th dimension. Now that I've met you, I thought I've found someone to rely on, but senior sister wants to kick me out of the sect. My life is so bitter. Audiobook suddenly said softly, I didn't say I'm going to kick you out. Yi Xian quickly looked at Audiobook. Audiobook hesitated for a moment and said, but there have always been only 2 people on the island. Now. Yi Xian suddenly burst into tears. Master, I'm so miserable. I'm so miserable. Audiobook was dumbfounded. After a moment, she took out the gourd and gulped down a mouthful of wine. After that she said, this junior brother is quite scary. Seeing that Yi Xian was still crying miserably, Audiobook suddenly said, you stay. Yi Xian hurriedly stopped. He looked at Audiobook and chuckled. Thank you, senior sister. Audiobook was speechless. Yi Xian put away his sword and said, senior sister, don't you have something to do? Let's do it first. Audiobook nodded. I almost forgot about it. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian hurriedly followed her. In next to no time, Audiobook led Yi Xian to a bamboo house. Yi Xian noticed that there were numerous bamboo swords placed in the courtyard. Audiobook walked into the bamboo house while Yi Xian followed. Yi Xian saw a little fellow in the bamboo house. The little fellow was completely snow white, shaped like a rabbit, and had a very weak aura. Audiobook walked over to the little fellow, opened her palm, and then countless strands of violet energy appeared in front of the little fellow. The little fellow instantly opened her eyes when she sensed the violet energy, and then she gazed at Audiobook. Audiobook said, inhale. The little fellow blinked, and then she sniffed lightly. In next to no time, the violet energy was inhaled by her nose. Yi Xian suddenly asked, senior sister, is this a spirit? Senior sister. Audiobook was slightly stunned. Obviously, she wasn't quite used to this new junior brother. However, she didn't refuse and nodded. It's a spirit vein, the spirit vein of the banished immortal island. Yi Xian said softly. Why is it so weak? Audiobook said. After Guan Sheng and the other idiot swallowed the spirit of the spirit realm, the other spirits were also affected. Now the spirit chi of the spirit realm is disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Many spirits are affected. At this moment, Yi Xian thought of Tendo. If something happened to Tendo, the 5th dimension would probably be greatly affected. In a short while, the spirit absorbed all the violet energy. After absorbing the violet energy, her condition was clearly much better, but she was still somewhat weak. The spirit raised her head and looked at Audiobook pitifully. Audiobook looked at Yi Xian. When Yi Xian walked in front of the spirit was clearly very vigilant and hurriedly shrank back. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I'm a good person. The spirit looked at Yi Xian with a vigilant expression. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a lot of violet energy appeared in his hand. She picked up the spirit and threw it to the side, causing it to roll. Xiaoling looked at the dumbfounded spirit in the distance and said calmly, "Do you have a problem?" The spirit blinked and looked at Yi Xian. Xiaoling blocked its line of sight. "Do you want the purple gas?" The spirit nodded. Xiaoling suddenly said angrily, "Do you know that you eat the purple gas as if it's rice?" Yi Xian finally understood. Xiaoling felt that the spirit had eaten too much purple gas. The spirit blinked innocently. Yi Ling suddenly walked in front of it and grabbed it. "You can eat the purple gas, but you have to work." With that said, she brought the spirit into the prison pagoda. Yi Xian had a strange expression. Xiaoling seemed to have forgotten that the spirit didn't belong to her. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend sword perception. What he wanted to do the most now was to comprehend sword perception and allow his sword Dao to reach a higher level. In a certain part of the starry sky, a ray of sword light streaked past. In next to no time, a woman appeared in the starry sky. It was Agio. Agio glanced at her surroundings. Meanwhile, a black shadow suddenly appeared not far in front of her. The black shadow said in a hoarse voice, "Your actions are very shameful to me." Agio looked at the black shadow. "Who are you?" The black shadow said. "What exactly made you go back on your word?" Agio drank a mouthful of wine and said, "Money." The black shadow was slightly stunned. Right at this moment, Agio suddenly stabbed out with her sword. One thought, one sword. This sword strike was swift to the limit. However, it stabbed empty air, and the black shadow had suddenly appeared over 1 kilometer away. Agio looked at the black shadow. Meanwhile, the black shadow gradually became illusory. "You'll regret this." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished completely. Agio raised her head to glance at the starry sky, and then she turned around and left. Around 15 minutes after Agio left, the black shadow from before appeared once more. A voice suddenly resounded by the black shadow's side. "You can't expose your identity while moving about in this world. Understand?" The black shadow nodded. Understood. Now, regardless of whether it was the 5th or 6th dimension, not a single power dared to go head-on against Yi Xian. However, they could play dirty. Within the bamboo house, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, and he was still comprehending. Right at this moment, his expression changed drastically. At the instant he opened his eyes, a destructive force blasted against the bamboo house. P.S. The editor drank a little today, and then he talked to me for a long time. He said a lot of things from the bottom of his heart. He said, "Green Phoenix, you can clearly rely on your looks to make a living, so why write books?" I'm actually speechless. Yes. I can clearly rely on my looks to make a living, so why write books? Chapter 1190. Bang. The bamboo house rumbled and collapsed. Yi Xian was naturally still alive. He'd retreated 300 m away, and there was a woman standing not too far away from him. The woman wore a red dress. Her lips were red as if they'd been stained with blood, and she carried a large saber on her shoulder. At this moment, she was sizing up Yi Xian with a curious gaze. Yi Xian's heart shook when he saw the woman. She was probably that woman from the immortal Banish Island who wielded a saber. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, "Who are you?" Yi Xian gazed at her. "I've never heard of you. Why are you at the wine bamboo house?" The woman frowned slightly. "I've never heard of you. Why are you at the wine bamboo house?" Yi Xian was about to speak when the woman suddenly said, "Forget it. That isn't important." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly swung her saber. Hiss. The space in front of Yi Xian split apart. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block it. Bang. In an instant he retreated explosively for over 10 kilometers, and he'd retreated to the surface of the ocean. A deep ravine had appeared on the surface of the ocean before him, and the ocean water had split apart and shot up over 1 kilometer into the air. Yi Xian had a solemn expression on his face. She's really strong. My body will definitely be unable to endure it if she slashes me with her saber. Looks like I have to strengthen my body as well. A trace of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes. You're still alive? Yi Xian was speechless. The woman grinned, one more time. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly drew her saber and slashed. Hiss. This slash caused the space in front of Yi Xian and the woman to be obliterated inch by inch. It seemed like it could split the world apart, and it was extremely shocking. A trace of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. He took a step forward, and 3 domains appeared at the same time. Sword domain, death domain, and blood domain. As soon as the 3 domains appeared, Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, the saber slashed directly into his 3 domains, causing Yi Xian to spit out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, his body roiled as if it was about to explode. Yi Xian couldn't care less. He took a step forward and slashed forward with the executing heaven sword in both hands. At this moment, he'd relied on 3 types of sword domains. Boom! As soon as Yi Xian's sword fell, a powerful force suddenly broke out in his 3 territories. Yi Xian was sent flying backward. He flew hundreds of feet away. When he had stopped, his body was torn apart. The space around him even turned illusory. Then it was annihilated. However, he blocked it. In the distance, the woman sized up Yi Xian. He blocked it again. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward, and then she swung her saber. This time it was very calm. It was like a gust of warm wind that blew through the surroundings, and it didn't cause any fluctuations of energy. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. He knew that even his 3 domains wouldn't be able to block it this time. Am I going to die here? If I die here, then what about Yi Ling? What about Amu? What about Enlanxiu and the others? What about Wen Xiao? And the woman in a plain dress? I promised to go look for her. I can't die here. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, and his strong will to live made him draw his sword and stab forward. A sword strike of 10,000 thoughts. As soon as he stabbed forward, the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand instantly turned illusory. Meanwhile, the saber arrived before him. The sword and saber were very calm. Most importantly, the saber had stopped, and Yi Xian hadn't retreated. His sword had blocked the woman's attack. The woman gazed at Yi Xian from afar. Sword perception. As she spoke, she was about to attack again. Just then, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was Audiobook. Audiobook looked at Yi Xian. You've comprehended sword perception? Yi Xian blinked. I didn't know. He was also a little confused about the sword strike he had just executed. Looking at Yi Xian, Audiobook's expression became a little odd. Before this, she was sure that Yi Xian didn't know sword perception. But after she had left for a while, this guy had actually comprehended sword perception? What the hell? Audiobook took out her wine gourd and gulped down a few mouthfuls. She felt extremely unbalanced. Back then, she had spent a lot of effort to comprehend sword perception. But this guy had comprehended it just like that. He was crazy. Audiobook glanced at Yi Xian. Want to spar? At this moment, she wanted to beat someone up. Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No. He had already sensed the hostility from the woman in front of him. At this moment, the woman in the distance suddenly said, Audiobook, who is he? Audiobook turned to look at the woman. Junior brother. The woman frowned. Junior brother? Audiobook, did you drink too much fake wine? Your master has been dead for a few king years. Where did you get your junior brother? Audiobook said indifferently, he's also your junior brother. The woman shook her head. I told you to quit drinking long ago, but you refused to listen. Now great. You've drunk so much that your brain has gone haywire. Audiobook looked at Yi Xian. Show her the sword. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before taking out the sword. When she saw the sword, the woman was instantly stunned. In the next moment, she directly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He was secretly vigilant and prepared to attack at any time. The woman looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand and frowned. Why do you have the ancestral master's sword? Audiobook said. He's the ancestral master's disciple. The woman looked at Audiobook. He said that? Audiobook nodded. The woman sized up Audiobook. Which era was the ancestral master from? Which era was he from? You actually believe that he's the ancestral master's disciple? Audiobook hesitated for a moment before saying, he's very honest. He wouldn't lie. As she spoke, she even looked at Yi Xian. Right. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman shook her head. You really drank too much fake wine. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Tell me honestly, where did you get this sword from? Yi Xian said indifferently. This sword has a spirit too. You can ask her yourself. The woman was about to speak when the sword suddenly trembled violently and flew in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the woman without saying a word. At that moment, the woman fell silent. Audiobook hurriedly said, he's the ancestral master's disciple. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Is that so? Yi Xian said indifferently. If you believe me, I'll believe whatever I say. If you don't, it's useless no matter what I say, isn't it? The woman stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. Audiobook said, he helped us heal the spirit. The woman said indifferently, Audiobook, don't blame me for not warning you. This kid has a lot of karma. If you acknowledge him, you'll be swept into the vortex. Audiobook frowned slightly. Situ, how can you do that? Are we not acknowledging him? The woman called Situ glanced at Audiobook. This guy's gaze is erratic. One look and you can tell that he's not a good person. You'd better believe only a little of what he says. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Yi Xian was speechless. Audiobook said indifferently. Is there something you need from me? Situ said, you've made contact with people from the 6th dimension? Audiobook nodded. Situ said, they asked you to kill this kid? Audiobook looked at Situ. They also looked for you? Situ nodded. Audiobook frowned slightly. These fellows, Situ suddenly said. Those fellows won't let this go. Are you going to meddle in this matter? Audiobook looked at Situ. Situ, do you really not care about being from the same sect? Situ said indifferently. He might not be the ancestral master's disciple. Audiobook stared at Situ. Don't talk about this. The ancestral master's sword is in his hands. Furthermore, that sword doesn't repel him. This is already enough to explain everything. Situ looked at Audiobook. Why are you so stubborn? Audiobook was expressionless. Without the ancestral master, there would be no banished immortal island. Without banished immortal island, where would there be you, Situ? You might be afraid of the 6th dimension, but I'm not. With that said, she turned to look at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded. Situ was so angry that her face turned red. Audiobook, you big idiot. The karma on him is too great. If you acknowledge him, you won't have a good ending. Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Situ. Miss Situ, I have never thought of using senior sister Audiobook to help me bear any burdens. Situ looked at Yi Xian. Kid, you are not the ancestral master's disciple. Your sword Dao is fundamentally different from his. Yi Xian asked in return. Is senior sister Audiobook's sword Dao the same as his? Situ looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian did not say anything else and turned to leave with Audiobook. Situ was silent. In fact, she was also extremely puzzled. Why did this fellow have the ancestral master's sword? She could not figure it out. Yi Xian followed Audiobook to the bamboo hut from before. However, the bamboo hut had already been reduced to rubble at that moment. Audiobook's expression was cold. That damned woman. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior sister, doesn't she use a saber? Why is she from the same sect as us? Audiobook looked at Yi Xian. Don't you know? The ancestral master used a saber too. Used a saber? Yi Xian's eyelids narrowed. That swordsman who was wearing a cloud-white robe also used a saber? Audiobook looked at Yi Xian and asked, You don't know? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, When I met him, he only used a sword and not a saber. Audiobook said softly, And in the records of our banished immortal island, he rarely used a sword. He basically used a saber. Yi Xian asked, He's a swordsman. Why would he use a saber? Audiobook shook her head. I don't know about that. Yi Xian turned to look at the statue in the distance. Why did this fellow cultivate a saber instead of a sword? Did he think that cultivating a sword was meaningless? At that moment, Audiobook suddenly asked, "Have you already comprehended sword perception?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "I don't know. However, I did have a lot of thoughts in my mind when I attacked just now." Audiobook thought for a short moment before she said, "It was probably sword perception. If it wasn't for sword perception, then you wouldn't have been able to resist that strike of Situ's. However, you've only comprehended it and haven't fully grasped it. What you have to do now is calm down, comprehend it properly, and take complete control of it." Yi Xian nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged. In next to no time, his mind was filled with the scene of him attacking with his sword. Sword perception. Above sword intent was sword perception. It could be said that once he grasped sword perception, then his sword Dao would improve. At that time, it wouldn't just be his sword Dao. Even his sword domain would become even stronger. Just like that, time passed slowly. Chapter 1191. Looking at Yi Xian, who was meditating, Audiobook was silent for a moment before leaving. Soon, she arrived at a seaside. At this time, Situ appeared next to her. Situ said, "You really want to meddle in his matters?" Audiobook looked at the distant sea. "Situ, are you afraid?" Situ sneered, "Me? What have I been afraid of?" Audiobook turned to look at Situ. "How long do you think this universe can survive?" Situ was silent. Audiobook looked at the distant horizon and said, "The fifth dimension calamity is coming. It will be hard for the creatures of this universe to survive." Situ suddenly said, "With our strength, going to the sixth dimension is not a difficult matter." Audiobook said indifferently, "I thought so too previously, but I suddenly realized that we underestimated the sixth dimension too much." Situ looked at Audiobook. "You think we can't beat them?" Audiobook smiled. "Situ, if the sixth dimension was really that weak, they would have been gone long ago. If we want to fight the sixth dimension, first we have to face all the experts of the sixth dimension. When facing external enemies, they will definitely be united. Second, we have to face the barrier of the universe. Can you fight against the barrier while fighting against the sixth dimension experts?" Situ was silent. Audiobook looked into the distance and whispered, "Moreover, I feel that this universe can be saved." Situ said, "Because of him?" Audiobook nodded. Situ said, "With your strength, it is impossible for you not to know the karma of his body. If we are together with him, I'm afraid none of us will have a good ending." Audiobook smiled. "You are afraid?" Hearing this, Situ's pupils suddenly shrank. Fear. Fear was a great taboo for swordsmen and saber cultivators. Audiobook said, "I know what you are worried about, but I feel that we can help him." Situ said, "Why?" Audiobook looked at Situ. "When I went to the holy city, I found that he told Heavenly God Sect Master Baitsong to summon the people of Spirit Realm to the fifth dimension." Situ frowned. "He wants to save the people of Spirit Realm?" Audiobook nodded. "Yes, he wants to resist the fifth dimension tribulation. And now, only he has the greatest hope of resisting the fifth dimension tribulation because he has the bookstore." Situ suddenly asked, "You also don't believe that he is Grandmaster's disciple, right?" Audiobook looked at Situ. "What does it mean for Grandmaster's sword to be in his hands?" "This means that even if he isn't Martial Ancestor's disciple, he is someone Martial Ancestor has taken a liking to. Since that's the case, what does it matter if he's a disciple or not?" Situ was silent. Audiobook continued, "No matter what, for the two of us, there are only two paths. The first is to fight our way up to the sixth dimension and become enemies with the entire sixth dimension. The second is to resist the fifth dimension tribulation and live well." Situ looked off into the distance and softly said, "But I feel like the karma on his body is even more terrifying than the fifth dimension tribulation." Audiobook said, "The karma on him is huge and chaotic, but he's still alive." Still alive. Hearing this, Audiobook's expression immediately changed. At this moment, she suddenly realized that this guy was still alive despite having so much karma on him. After a moment, Situ said solemnly, "He's not simple either." Audiobook suddenly said, What conditions did the sixth dimension give you? Situ smiled and said, they said that after killing him, they can bring me up to the sixth dimension. However, I don't believe them. Even if I, Situ, want to go to the sixth dimension, why would I need other people's charity? To be honest, I really want to fight our way up to the sixth dimension with you and see the experts of the sixth dimension. Fight their way up to the sixth dimension? Ajiu looked at Xing. In the sky, she shook her head. The sixth dimension. She had never been to the sixth dimension, but she knew that place was definitely not weaker than the spirit realm. Previously, if the few major forces of the spirit realm had joined forces, the two of them might not have been able to defeat them, let alone the sixth dimension that had the barrier of the universe. Most importantly, all the experts of the spirit realm had joined forces to fight Yi Xian, and Yi Xian had won. At this moment, the sound of a sword suddenly came from afar. Ajiu turned her head and softly said, he broke through. So fast. When she finished speaking, she had already disappeared from where she was. Ajiu also disappeared with her. In a certain empty space, Yi Xian opened his eyes. He stood up, opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. It was a very ordinary sword. At this moment, Ajiu appeared in front of him. Yi Xian looked at Ajiu and stabbed out with his sword. Ajiu also stabbed out with her sword. Both swords were very calm, and both were silent. The moment the two swords touched, Yi Xian instantly retreated dozens of feet. However, his face was filled with excitement. If it was before, he would at least have to use all his strength to barely block Ajiu's sword. However, at this moment he easily blocked it. Sword thought. One sword thought. One sword thought. One sword thought. Ajiu looked at Yi Xian and said, congratulations. Yi Xian smiled and said, thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. Ajiu shook her head and said, it's your own high comprehension. Actually, she was extremely shocked by Yi Xian's comprehension as well. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian would actually be able to comprehend sword thought in such a short period of time. Yi Xian put his sword away and said, senior sister Ajiu, the spirit's injuries have basically recovered. I still have things to deal with, so I have to leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, he asked Xiaoling, to summon the spirit. However, the spirit refused to come out no matter what, and it intended to follow Xiaoling. There were simply too many benefits to following Xiaoling. It wasn't just violet energy, there were all sorts of top-grade medicinal pills as well. Moreover, the spirit energy within the pagoda was much purer than the outside world. Yi Xian was quite speechless when he saw the spirit refuse to come out. That little fellow is addicted to violet energy. Meanwhile, Ajiu suddenly said, just let it follow you. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, senior sister, it's the spirit here. Ajiu gazed at Yi Xian and said, the spirit region isn't suitable for cultivation anymore. Can I follow you there? Yi Xian was overjoyed when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, of course. The strength of this person in front of him was not just for show. With her around, it would be very beneficial to the fifth dimension. And it would be even more beneficial to him. Ajiu nodded slightly. All right. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm going to Hallowed City. Senior sister, are you coming with me? Ajiu nodded. Situ is coming as well. Situ. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't really like that woman. Ajiu said, she won't cause trouble. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, all right. Ajiu nodded. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and flew up on her sword, and she vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian also disappeared into the horizon. After returning to Hallowed City, when Bai Tsong saw Ajiu following Yi Xian, his expression instantly became extremely strange. And when he saw Yi Xian call Ajiu senior sister, his expression became even stranger. In this short period of time, exiled Immortal Island was on the same side as Yi Xian? Could Yi Xian be a child of the fifth dimension? Perhaps he was a child of the fifth dimension. In the Great Hall, Yi Xian looked at Bai Tsong, who was muttering inwardly, how are the spirits of 9 and the ancient race? Bai Tsong hurriedly said, the experts of the two races have all moved to the fifth dimension. Only the ancient race encountered a small problem. Yi Xian frowned. What problem? Baitsong said. Immortal Qing still finds it hard to convince the masses. Some people of the ancient race do not accept him. At the beginning, there were people who stirred up trouble, but they were all suppressed by the grand elder of the ancient race family. Yi Xian said, the other party is half-step self-defense? Baitsong nodded. Yes. Right now the experts of the ancient race have all moved to the fifth dimension. Yi Xian nodded. What about the holy city? Baitsong said, they have also moved to the fifth dimension. However, many forces of spirit realm are not willing to leave. They want to stay here. Yi Xian said softly, let them. You can tell them that if they want to go to the fifth dimension in the future, they can. However, I will say it again. If they go to the fifth dimension, they must obey the order of Yi Xian. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Baitsong nodded. Understood. Yi Xian stood up. Then let's go. Baitsong hesitated and then said, little friend Yi, if so many people go to the fifth dimension, there will be chaos. Yi Xian said coolly, kill whoever causes chaos. Baitsong looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said softly, Senior Baitsong, do you know what we will face next? Baitsong said solemnly, the fifth dimension calamity. Yi Xian nodded. Surviving is the most important thing. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, Baitsong's expression changed. He hurriedly said, understood. He knew that this was Yi Xian warning him not to play any tricks. Right now, the most important thing for the experts of the fifth dimension and spirit realm was to resist the fifth dimension calamity. Surviving was the most important thing. Yi Xian glanced at Baitsong. Senior, go do your work. Baitsong nodded. Okay. After saying this, he retreated. Yi Xian looked at Jiu and said with a smile, Senior sister, let's go too. Jiu nodded. Then the two disappeared. More and more experts of spirit realm moved to the fifth dimension, because they knew that the fifth dimension calamity was coming. However, there were still some forces that were unwilling to leave. They said that there was a fifth dimension calamity, but some people did not believe it. Because spirit realm had never experienced a fifth dimension calamity, they were skeptical about it. There were also some people who did not care at all because they had no concept of the fifth dimension calamity. They did not know what it meant. Moreover, spirit realm was still fine. And when some forces saw the ancient races and other forces moving to the fifth dimension, they followed suit and moved. After all, the spirit energy of spirit realm was not suitable for cultivation. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yi Xian and Jiu were flying on their swords. Yi Xian suddenly took out a golden sound transmission talisman. This was given to him by the sixth dimension's Li Chun. He could directly contact the sixth dimension through it. Yi Xian said a few words into the sound transmission talisman, and then put it away. Jiu glanced at Yi Xian, and did not say anything. Sixth dimension Union Hall. Li Chunfeng, who was cultivating in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. The space in front of him trembled slightly, and a moment later, his complexion greatly changed and he cursed. Which idiot is targeting young Master Yi? Even if you want to die, don't drag down our sixth dimension. After saying this, he ran out of the house and went straight to the Wen Palace. P.S. There are very few monthly votes. Maybe my updates are not good enough. Chapter 1192. At this moment, Li Chunfeng was both shocked and furious. He was angry that sixth dimension still had people who dared to touch Yi Xian. He was afraid that sixth dimension would be implicated. Putting aside the invincible lady in the plain dress, even the lady with the spear that appeared in the lower realm was not something that the United Hall could handle. That person's clone had instantly killed a half-step self-release realm expert. He didn't know how many of these experts were behind Yi Xian. Touch Yi Xian? Wasn't this inviting disaster for the sixth dimension? Not long after, Li Chunfeng arrived at the entrance of the Wen Hall. Inside the Wen Hall sat a white-haired woman busying herself. She wore a black dress, and her features were picturesque. She was devastatingly beautiful. This woman was the Union Hall Master of the Hall of Letters, Wen Jiaru. Although her strength wasn't at the peak of the sixth dimension, Her influence was definitely at the peak. Most of the time, the martial arts hall served the one hall. Li Chunfeng didn't dare to enter. He stood outside the door and respectfully bowed. Palace Master, young Master Yi from the lower realms has sent a letter. He said that an expert from the 6th dimension has gone to the lower realms to deal with him. He wants us to help investigate this matter. At this moment, Wen Jiarhua stopped and frowned. 6th dimension? Li Chunfeng hurriedly nodded. Yes, young Master Yi sent a letter personally. It can't be fake. After a moment of silence, Wen Jiarhua said, those who have the strength to compete for the book house are none other than the Avici Hell sect, the Zen sect, the Southern Mountain Sword sect, the Northern Wilderness Barbarian Kingdom. And, when she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and said, ancient temples. An ancient temple. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng's expression suddenly changed. That was the only place that the Union Hall was extremely afraid of. It was also a place that all the powers in the 6th dimension feared. Until now, no one knew when it had appeared, and no one knew what was inside. All they knew was that it had always existed on the distant Divine Mountain. After a while, Wen Jiarhua suddenly said, the Avici Hell sect, the Zen sect, the Southern Mountain Sword sect, and the Northern Wilderness Barbarian Kingdom have no reason to look for Yi Xian, nor do they dare to. There is only one possibility, and that is this mysterious ancient temple. Li Chunfeng hesitated for a moment and said, why? Wen Jiarhua glanced at Li Chunfeng. Because the prophet came from this ancient temple. Li Chunfeng was dumbfounded. Wen Jiarhua said softly, this is not something we can handle. Send him a message and tell him to be careful and not to underestimate us. Li Chunfeng nodded and withdrew. Inside the hall, Wen Jiarhua's eyes were filled with worry. The ancient temple had not moved for tens of thousands of years. The most recent movement was the appearance of the prophet. The reason why she knew that she came from the ancient temple was that the prophet had stayed in the Hall of One for a period of time. He was an extraordinary person. After a moment of silence, Wen Jiarhua stood up and left. Not long after, she arrived at the lakeside. Next to the lakeside was a small pavilion. The sound of a zither could be heard coming from the pavilion. Wen Jiarhua arrived at the small pavilion. Inside the pavilion, a woman was playing the zither. This woman was the 6th dimension Tendo. Wen Jiarhua laughed. You seem to be very free. The 6th dimension Tendo stopped playing. She looked at Wen Jiarhua and said with a smile, Jiarhua, don't be so busy. Rest more. Wen Jiarhua shook her head. That woman seriously injured the 6th dimension. There are too many bad things happening. I have to be busy. That woman. Hearing this, the smile on the 6th dimension Tendo's face gradually disappeared. Back then, that woman had almost destroyed the 6th dimension with one sword strike. Wen Jiarhua suddenly said, let's not talk about her. This time, I came to find you because I have something to tell you. The 6th dimension Tendo looked at Wen Jiarhua. What is it? Wen Jiarhua said in a deep voice. In the lower realm, Yi Xian sent a message saying that a 6th dimension expert is targeting him. The 6th dimension Tendo frowned. Who? Wen Jiarhua's expression became somewhat serious. I think it should be the ancient temple. Other than that place, other forces should not be so stupid as to target Yi Xian. Ancient temple. The 6th dimension Tendo was silent. Wen Jiarhua looked at the 6th dimension Tendo. Do you know the origin of that place? The 6th dimension Tendo shook her head. I don't know. Wen Jiarhua frowned. Even you don't know? The 6th dimension Tendo said softly. When I existed, that place had already appeared. Hearing this, Wen Jiarhua's expression suddenly changed. And before the 6th dimension Tendo? The 6th dimension Tendo pressed her hands on the strings, her expression somewhat serious. If that ancient temple is really targeting him, then this matter is really a bit difficult to deal with. Wen Jiarhua nodded. The ancient temple was the only force that was not controlled by the Union Hall, and it was also the only force that the Union Hall did not dare to provoke. Other forces would more or less give some face to the Union Hall, but the ancient temple was different. The 6th dimension Tendo suddenly said, this is not something we can handle. Saying this, she looked at Wen Jiarhua. You have to check to see if it is the ancient temple. When Jarua nodded, I have already sent people to check. By the way, have you been to the ancient temple? The sixth dimension Tendo shook her head. I have not been there. When Jarua frowned slightly. Why? The sixth dimension Tendo said softly, danger. Danger. When Jarua was silent. The sixth dimension Tendo suddenly said, for the fifth dimension, we will help if we can. If we can't help, then there is nothing we can do. When Jarua looked at the sixth dimension Tendo and said with a smile, if you devour the fifth dimension Tendo, you should become stronger, right? The sixth dimension Tendo hurriedly shook her head. I can't devour her. It is more like she devours me. When Jarua was a little puzzled. Why? The sixth dimension Tendo was a little surprised. Can't you feel how terrifying she is? When Jarua. The fifth dimension. Yi Xian returned to the void dimension. At this moment, countless experts gathered in the void dimension. They were all from spirit realm. It had to be said that the sudden appearance of so many experts was a little chaotic. This was because when Yi Xian was not around, no one could intimidate these people. However, when Yi Xian appeared, the void dimension instantly calmed down. Yi Xian. The experts of spirit realm could be said to be very wary of Yi Xian. After returning to the Wu clan, Yi Xian immediately went into seclusion. This was because the Dao laws had been gathered. What he needed to do now was to completely master all the Dao laws, and let them return to their positions. Only then would he be able to unleash the true power of the prison pagoda. In the room, Big Sister looked at Yi Xian. She pointed with her finger. Appear. As soon as she said that, the great Dao law suddenly appeared between Yi Xian's brows. Big Sister said softly, you have almost mastered the great Dao law and the space Dao law, but you have not comprehended the essence of the dream Dao law. Let's start with the dream Dao law. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Big Sister said, the core of the dream Dao law is to enter a dream. Enter your own dream, and also enter the dream of others. And this dream refers to an illusory world. That world is both real and fake, similar to the ability of the shattering void tear. In this dream, the real and fake are up to you to control. After saying that, she suddenly pointed between Yi Xian's brows. Hong. In an instant, Yi Xian's whole body trembled, and his surroundings became illusory. Big Sister looked at Yi Xian. Are you in a dream or in reality? Yi Xian directly used sword domain. Soon he looked at Big Sister. In a dream? Big Sister shook her head. You are wrong. We are in reality now. Yi Xian was stunned, and then said in a low voice, impossible, this can't be hidden from my sword domain. Big Sister said indifferently, it can't be hidden from your sword domain, but it can be hidden from you. Your sword domain can distinguish between real and fake, but you can't. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The sword domain is mine. Lian Qian suddenly said, to put it simply, it's the transition between real and fake. When your sword domain detects the real and fake, Big Sister has already changed the dream. Whether it's real or fake, it's all up to you. When he heard this, Yi Xian understood. This was a little terrifying. Everyone suddenly said, let's begin now. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me directly. Yi Xian nodded. In the following time, he started to study the dream Dao madly, and under Big Sister's guidance, he quickly grasped the essence of the dream Dao law. Enter dream. It had to be said that it was very powerful. However, after studying these Dao laws, he realized that although the might of a single Dao law was powerful, it was limited. When all the Dao laws were used together, the might would be able to destroy the world. When he realized this, Yi Xian became even more excited. When Yi Xian was cultivating, a guest came to the Wu clan. The fifth dimension Tendo. When the fifth dimension Tendo arrived at the Wu clan, Amu hurriedly received her personally. She didn't dare to slack off in the slightest when dealing with this woman. In the city, the fifth dimension Tendo looked around and said with a smile, he invited the experts of spirit realm here? Amu nodded. Yes. As long as spirit realm is willing, they can come. The fifth dimension Tendo smiled and didn't say anything. Amu glanced at the fifth dimension Tendo and said softly, Is there something you need? The fifth dimension Tendo shook her head. No, I just came to take a look. As she said this, she looked into the distance. He's in seclusion, right? Amu nodded. Yes. The fifth dimension Tendo stopped and said with a smile. Then I'll come another day. After saying this, she turned and left. As if she thought of something, she turned to look at Amu and said with a smile. There's something. One day later, tell him to go to the Tendo pawn shop. Tell him to go. Amu hesitated and then nodded. Okay. The Tendo waved her hand and then quickly disappeared into the distance. Looking at the Tendo leaving in the distance, Amu didn't say anything for a long time. After the Tendo left the shaman city, she came to a small city. Samsara city. The place where the prophet had disappeared. However, when she came to this city, she found that all the people in the city had disappeared. Not a single person. The Tendo looked around and said expressionlessly, Interesting. After saying this, she gently turned her right hand. Time reversal. As her voice fell, the space in front of her suddenly became distorted. Soon, the scene in the city 4 hours ago appeared in the distorted space. At that time, there were still many people in the city. 4 hours ago, a man in black suddenly appeared in the city. When the man in black appeared in the city, he looked around and then waved his right hand. In an instant, all the people in the city disappeared without a sound. They were directly wiped out. The whole city became empty in an instant. The Tendo looked at the man in black expressionlessly. At that moment, she waved her right hand and the distorted space in front of her returned to normal. Chapter 1193. The black-clothed man stared at Tendo. At this moment, his heart was tumbling like a tidal wave. He really didn't expect this Tendo of the fifth dimension to be so strong. This is a bit abnormal. Tendo looked at the black-clothed man and smiled. I have a few questions to ask you. Can you cooperate with me and answer me? The black-clothed man's body suddenly became illusory. Escape. Soon, there were countless afterimages in the sky. Tendo shook her head and smiled. Playing these fancy tricks in my territory. After saying that, she lightly stomped her right foot. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled. Following this tremble, a figure directly fell in front of her, and was then imprisoned by a mysterious force. This person was the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man stared at Tendo. You know where I come from? Tendo smiled. Are you trying to use the ancient temple to threaten me? The black-clothed man looked at Tendo and didn't speak. At this time, it was better for him to choose to be more sensible and not say anything harsh. Tendo glanced at the starry sky and smiled. I have to admit, the ancient temple is indeed not simple. However, I have to tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Why? Because who would know that I'm the one who killed you? After saying that, she slapped. Boom. That black-clothed man was directly erased. Tendo clapped her hands, and then walked into the distance. After entering the city, Tendo looked around and finally walked to the right. After a while, she arrived in front of a dry well. The well had already dried up. Tendo looked at the dry well and shook her head. Why did you do Samsara? This is great, you've made yourself disappear. After saying that, she put away the dry well, and turned to leave. When leaving the city, she seemed to have thought of something. She turned around and waved her right hand. The entire city directly became illusory. After a while, Tendo left. Wu Clan. On this day, a woman walked out of the tomb. The person who came out was Enlancio. And she wasn't in the rebirth realm. She was in the ruler realm. Ruler realm. When seeing Enlancio, Amu was already dumbfounded. Did he advance by 2 levels inside? Right at this moment, another woman walked out. It was Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi hadn't reached the sovereign realm, and she was only at the peak of the samsara realm. However, her sword Dao had reached the 3rd level of the mortal sword realm. Almost at the same time, Zhang Wenxiu also walked out. Zhang Wenxiu had also reached the rebirth state. However, at this moment, Zhang Wenxiu and Xiaoqi looked at Enlancio because Enlancio was in the sovereign realm. Just like that, he had advanced 2 realms? And Lancio glanced at them and then she said, "It's because of that senior's assistance." Hearing that, Amu instantly understood. It was the woman with the spear. Amu smiled. "Congratulations to the three of you." Zhang Wenxiu suddenly looked at Amu. He became stronger, right? In an instant, the power of countless stars swept out of Yixian's body. His body did not reject the power of the stars at all. Not only did it not reject him, but it was also very adapted to it. This was because Tendo had once brought him here to absorb the power of the stars. At this moment, the woman's voice sounded in his mind. "Feel this starry sky. I'll help you to transform into the starry sky and become the ruler of the starry sky." Yixian nodded. He closed his eyes, calmed his qi and focused his mind. Then he felt this starry sky. It had to be said that with the cooperation of the Tao law, it was a consumption. With the cooperation of the Tao law, all problems were not problems. Soon he could affect the power of the stars in the entire starry sky with a single breath. It was extremely shocking. On the other side, the big sister and Lian Qian were looking at Yixian. The big sister looked at Yixian in silence. No one knew what she was thinking about. Lian Qian suddenly said, "Big sister, are you still thinking about it?" The big sister said calmly, "If I was thinking about it, I wouldn't have come to him. No matter what, he's the only one who can help you fulfill your wish." Lian Qian nodded. The big sister said, "There's another reason." Lian Qian looked at the big sister. The big sister said softly, "I also have a selfish motive." Lian Qian asked, "What selfish motive?" The big sister looked at Yixian in the distance. "Mister's origin is not simple. I have a feeling that his origin will bring us some disasters that we can't resist. In the entire fifth dimension, only this guy with countless backers can resist Mister's karma. If I don't take you with me and follow him, I'm afraid that none of us will have a good ending in the future." Lian Qian said in a deep voice, "Big sister, do you know Mister's origin?" The big sister looked at the starry sky. "I know Dao Yi." Lian Qian was somewhat curious. "Where did Mister come from?" The big sister shook her head. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's meaningless even if I did." As she said this, she looked at Yixian in the distance. "We can help each other." Yan Jia suddenly asked, "Can he bear Mister's karma?" The big sister looked at Yixian. "He can. And only he can." Lian Qian asked, "Why?" The big sister said indifferently, "Because he has many backers, extremely many. Moreover, they're extremely strong. Only he can bear Mister's karma, and only he isn't afraid of Mister's karma." Yan Jia hesitated for a moment before he said, "Big sister, he's actually quite strong." The big sister shook her head. "He's very outstanding, but just being outstanding isn't enough. He obtained Xiaota, and this is both a blessing and a curse. If his life isn't tough enough, then he won't have the fortune to enjoy it." Lian Qian was about to speak when a strand of dazzling starlight suddenly erupted from Yixian's body. The powerful starlight shook the space here to the point it rippled violently. At the same time, a powerful aura swept towards the big sister and the other two girls. The big sister waved her right hand lightly, and the powerful starlight was directly shattered. In the distance, Yixian opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a starry light. Meanwhile, Yixian opened his palm. In an instant, a ray of starlight descended and descended firmly into his palm. Yixian suddenly clenched his right hand, and then the starlight within his palm transformed into Starlight Dreambreaker and dispersed. Yixian grinned, and then he suddenly gazed at the big sister. "Big sister, take this." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and then an enormous palm of stars descended from the sky and smashed towards the big sister. Everywhere it passed, the space in its path instantly roiled, and it was an extremely shocking sight. The big sister glanced indifferently at Yixian, and then she pointed her right finger upwards. The enormous palm of stars was instantly enveloped by a mysterious force, and it instantly vanished without a trace. Yixian was stunned when he witnessed this scene. "It's gone just like that?" At this moment, Lian Qian suddenly laughed. "It's not just you. Even Xingchen can't do anything to the big sister when she uses the power of stars, let alone you. The big sister has two abilities. The first is her own special mysterious power, and the second is to restrain us. Hearing this, Yixian smiled sheepishly. No wonder she was called the big sister. The big sister walked in front of Yixian, and she looked at Yixian. Xingchen, he's still not very proficient in using the power of stars. Train with him for a few more days. Within Yixian's body, Xingchen's voice sounded. Yes, big sister. The big sister looked at Yixian. Cultivate with Xingchen first. Once you're completely proficient in using the power of stars, go to the 8th floor. Yixian hurriedly asked, what Dao law does the big sister on the 8th floor have? The big sister said calmly, take a guess. Yixian. At this moment, Lianqian smiled faintly. Second sister's ability will make you excited. Excited? Yixian's expression was a little strange. Could it be dual cultivation? P.S. The top 20 monthly votes will receive a reward of $1,000. To be honest, I don't care about money, but actually, I do care about money. Please vote. Chapter 1194. Excitement. Yixian had a strange expression. Lianqian stared at Yixian. What are you thinking about? Yixian hurriedly shook his head. I'm not. Lianqian glared at Yixian. Big sister suddenly said, don't disturb him. Then she left with Lianqian and Yanjia. In the starry sky, Yixian continued to cultivate the Star Dao Law. Star. After coming into contact with the Star Dao Law, he was suddenly curious about the 8th floor and Big Sister's limited special ability. Especially Big Sister's. Although Big Sister had made a move, he still knew nothing about her ability. He was looking forward to it. While Yixian was cultivating, in the boundless underground city, Tendo came to the pawnshop again. Seeing Tendo, Xiao Dao was expressionless. What's the matter? Obviously, she was still angry about Tendo's stupid idea. Let her get together with Yixian? Thinking of this, she wanted to beat someone up. Tendo giggled and said seriously, Xiao Dao, I'm here to discuss business with you. Xiao Dao glanced at Tendo. I finally found out. You're the most sinister person in the 6th and 5th dimensions. Tendo walked to the counter and drank the spirit tea that Xiao Dao drank in one gulp. Then she said excitedly, do you know what I found out? The ancient temple, and the rest have appeared. The ancient temple? Xiao Dao frowned. The ancient temple on the sacred mountain? Tendo nodded and said excitedly, yes, it's them. Xiao Dao's expression became strange. You seem very excited? Tendo blinked and said, they want to kill Yixian. Xiao Dao was puzzled. Why? Yixian has nothing to do with them, right? Don't tell me they want to snatch the study room too? The Tendo smiled and said, the prophet came out of the ancient temple. Hearing this, the little Taoist was stunned and a little shocked. From the ancient temple? Tendo nodded. Yes, and the study room was brought out from the ancient temple. Xiao Dao said in a low voice, my Devil Path family clan has records of this ancient temple. However, there are very few records. I only know that they are very mysterious. Tendo nodded slightly. They are very mysterious because they existed even earlier than the 6th-dimensional Tendo. Even the 6th-dimension Tendo doesn't understand them. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. But I think you know them very well. Tendo chuckled. Yes. I know a little about them. Xiao Dao was confused. How do you know about the ancient temple? Logically speaking, you haven't been to the 6th dimension, right? Tendo blinked and said mischievously, let me tell you. I have been to the 6th dimension. Xiao Dao's expression changed. How is that possible? How can the 6th dimension let you go up there? Tendo rolled her eyes at Xiao Dao. I went up there secretly. Xiao Dao stared at Yixian. You can't go up there quietly. Tendo chuckled. I can't. Not only have I gone up to the 6th dimension, but I have also been beyond it, which is the legendary Dao world. Well, that place is not simple. I was almost discovered. But luckily, they are not very smart and were tricked by me. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and didn't say anything. At this moment, Her heart was like a tsunami. If Tendo wasn't lying, then this woman in front of her was too scary. She is the 5th dimension Tendo. She can go to the 6th dimension. And she can go up there quietly. How terrifying is her strength? How strong is this woman? Most importantly, she has been to the Dao world. She knew about the Dao world because she had come from that place. Xiao Dao was shocked. Tendo gently stroked the teacup and smiled. Don't look at me like that. Actually, I am not that strong. For example, I can't beat the plain dress woman. Can't beat the plain dress woman. Xiao Dao was silent. Tendo's example was very interesting. She said that she can't beat the plain dress woman. On the surface, it means that the plain dress woman's strength is not that great. However, if you think about it carefully, you will find that this sentence is very problematic. She can't beat the plain dress woman, but what about others? Tendo suddenly said. Don't worry about my strength. As long as my strength is sufficient, it is enough. This time, I came to tell you that you must be mentally prepared. Xiao Dao said in a deep voice. What mental preparation? Tian Dao raised a finger. First, it's about your clan. Although I sent away the people sent by your clan back then, it's still your clan's business. Although I sent away the people sent by your family, do you think your family will really let it go? No, they definitely won't. Saying that, the corners of her mouth lifted. If I didn't guess wrong, they will even go to find the plain dress woman. Tendo's eyelids twitched. What did you do? Tendo quickly shook her head. I didn't do anything. I just want to tell you that your Demon Dao family is very powerful. However, it is also because of this that they will become arrogant. Just like the spirit domain. Therefore, they definitely won't let it go. If I didn't guess wrong, they might make a move soon. Xiao Dao was silent. She understood Tendo's meaning. Demon Dao family is very strong. However, it is also because of this that the Demon Dao family won't put anyone in their eyes in this universe. Just like when she first came to this universe. At that time, she didn't put anyone in her eyes. It was because of her arrogance that she suffered a great loss. Tendo said again. The Demon Dao family won't give up on you because to them, you can be used as a tool for marriage. Of course, this problem isn't particularly serious. The most serious thing is that I think they might kill Yi Xian. Hearing this, Xiao Dao frowned. This doesn't make sense, right? They don't know Yi Xian. Why would they kill Yi Xian? Tendo blinked. I said it's possible. Little Taoist looked at the heavenly Dao. Did you do something? Tendo quickly shook her head. No. Xiao Dao stared at Tendo and didn't say anything. Tian Dao smiled sheepishly. I told you that you and Yi Xian are already married. Little Taoist suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, Mu Nian Nian. Heavenly Dao hurriedly said, I meant well. Xiao Dao glared at Tendo. Good intentions? Don't you know you will cause the death of my Demon Dao family? Kill Yi Xian? If the Demon Dao family really targeted Yi Xian, with Yi Xian's terrifying background, she didn't dare to think about it. Although the Demon Dao family was strong, they couldn't compete with Yi Xian, this freak. What kind of person is Yi Xian? He's a F***king 2nd generation. He doesn't even know how many people are behind him. Thinking of this, Xiao Dao's heart suddenly ignited with an unknown fire. She was about to explode when Tendo suddenly said, Do you know why you lost that year? Xiao Dao stared at Tendo. Tendo smiled. Because you are kind. You are the most monstrous genius of the Demon Dao family, but you are a woman. The Demon Dao family won't put so much power in your hands. The whole family is in your hands, so the best way is to marry you off. But you? In this period of time, you have many opportunities to turn things around, but you didn't do so. Saying that, she slightly raised the corner of her mouth. If it was me, I would kill all the male geniuses in the Demon Dao family. At that time, if you didn't choose me, then the Demon Dao family would be finished. But you didn't do that, but they did. Large families are darker than the secular royal family. You have a kind heart. It's not a bad thing, but you don't have a ruthless heart. On this point, you are much worse than Yi Xian. Xiao Dao was silent. Tendo said again, Do you think the current Demon Dao family is still the Demon Dao family of the past? I dare to bet that your family will not have a good ending. Xiao Dao slowly clenched her hands. Tendo continued. That kind of large family is basically a life and death struggle, and you are already out. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. What are you trying to say? Tendo smiled. You are afraid that the Demon Dao family will be destroyed, but have you ever thought about what they will do if they really think that you have married someone from a lower dimensional universe? They will definitely think that you have insulted the bloodline of the Demon Dao family, and think of ways to kill you. Xiao Dao was silent, because she couldn't refute that the Demon Dao family would definitely do that. Tendo said softly, Xiao Dao, I treat you as a friend, so I want to help you. You don't need to doubt my words, because you have nothing worth scheming against. Let alone you, even your Demon Dao family can't give me what I want. Saying that, she looked at Xiao Dao. I just want to help you, that's all. Xiao Dao said in a deep voice, You want to borrow Yi Xian's hand to help me take revenge? Tendo shook her head. You are wrong again. If the Demon Dao family comes to find you with Yi Xian's personality, he will definitely not sit by and do nothing. He will definitely help you, but will your Demon Dao family give him face? Definitely not. Xiao Dao was silent. Tendo continued. You only have one path now, and that is to be the leader of the Demon Dao family. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. Are you joking? Tendo smiled. Do I look like I'm joking? Xiao Dao shook her head. The Demon Dao family didn't let me be the leader in the past, and they definitely won't now. Tendo sighed. Silly girl, think about Yi Xian. In the past, would the people of Spirit Realm let him be the leader? Definitely not. But now? Isn't Spirit Realm still obedient to him? Xiao Dao looked at Tendo in confusion. What do you want to do? Tendo smiled. Me. I can't bear for you to be depressed like this. I know that you want to recover from your injuries and go back to seek justice, but I can tell you that if you really do that, you will only be sending yourself to death. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. I don't want to use him. This is my own matter. Tendo smiled. If you don't tell him, then you are using him. But if you clearly tell him that you need him to help you in the future, then you are not using him. Isn't this what friends are like? When he is in trouble, you help him. When you are in trouble, he helps you. As she spoke, she gently patted Xiao Dao's shoulder. She smiled. Be the leader of the Demon Dao family. Also, I sincerely advise you to dual cultivate with Yi Xian. Don't be angry. Your Demon Dao bloodline can only be suppressed by his bloodline. If you two dual cultivate, there will be unexpected results. Not to mention anything else, you will definitely rise to a higher level. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. Why don't you dual cultivate with him? If you dual cultivate with him, it will definitely be useful, right? Tendo blinked. I am Tendo. Do you want to F***CK the heavens? Xiao Dao. Chapter 1195. Realizing that her words were inappropriate, Tendo coughed a few times and then sternly said, I am not a human. Why would I do dual cultivation? Xiao Dao lightly said, To have an illicit relationship with a man in order to become stronger, I cannot do such a thing. Tendo smiled and said, I was just giving you a suggestion. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and said, Let me tell you, don't act recklessly. Now she was a bit afraid of this woman. Tendo promptly said, No, I won't act recklessly. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and said, Just now you said that the people from the ancient temple were targeting Yi Xian, and then you were very excited. You seem to want the ancient temple to target Yi Xian? Tendo blinked her eyes and said, Did I? Xiao Dao nodded and said, Yes. Tendo chuckled and drew a circle on the counter in front of her and said, The fifth dimension's tribulation is about to arrive. When the tribulation arrives, the barrier of the universe will be at its weakest. To put it simply, the fifth dimension is like a sheep, and those various powers are the wolves, including your demonic path family. These wolves are eyeing the fifth dimension covetously and want to take it for themselves. Especially some powers, they have already set their eyes on me. As long as the tribulation arrives, they will be ready to act against me. Xiao Dao was silent. Demonic path family controlled many worlds, and some of these worlds had Tendo. And in those worlds, Tendo was just a subordinate to them. But this woman in front of her was different. She was the most abnormal Tendo she had ever seen. At this time, Tendo's mouth slightly curled up and said, "But now, they have found another sheep." Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and said, "Yi Xian." Tendo smiled and said, "Yes, they want to eat both sheep." Xiao Dao said in a low voice, "The ancient temple targeted Yi Xian because of the prophet, right?" The Tendo nodded. "Yes, the prophet brought out the bookstore. This bookstore isn't as simple as resisting the fifth dimension tribulation. In any case, Yi Xian is in trouble." At this point she sighed softly. "Don't underestimate the ancient temple. The prophet is not weak, but why was he forced to such a state? Because the ancient temple was stronger. Besides, other than the ancient temple, he has even more powerful enemies. Sigh, what a tragic person." Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. "Are you afraid of the ancient temple?" Tendo blinked. "Am I afraid?" Xiao Dao. The Tendo clapped his hands and said with a smile, "We have guests." Just as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man walked into the pawn shop. There was a small demon character on the left side of the middle-aged man's chest. Demonic Path Family. Seeing the person, Xiao Dao slowly clenched his hands. The middle-aged man looked at the Tendo and said with a smile, "Your Excellency is the Tendo of this place?" The Tendo smiled and said, "Yes." The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "Before someone from my demonic path family came here. He said that you are very strong. Is that right?" The Tendo quickly shook his head. "I am just a small Tendo." The middle-aged man smiled and looked at Xiao Dao. "Xiao Dao, you are not going to greet your third uncle?" Xiao Dao lightly said, "What's the matter?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I am here to take you back." Xiao Dao sneered. "Take me back? What, do you think I have some value to you?" The middle-aged man sighed. "Xiao Dao, you are a member of the family. The family has nurtured you. Shouldn't you pay a bit for the family?" Xiao Dao stared fixedly at the middle-aged man. "I still remember how the family treated me all those years ago." The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Dao. "It looks like you haven't repented at all in all these years. Never mind, this isn't something I should worry about. I came to find you because the family has found a marriage for you. The other party is the most monstrous genius of the imperial clan. Not only has he awakened 90% of his bloodline, he has even caused it to mutate. He can be said to be the most monstrous genius in the history of the imperial clan. The family wants you to unite with him and strengthen the bloodline of my demonic path family." Xiao Dao sneered. "So I really do have some value to you now." The middle-aged man said indifferently, "You have received kindness from the family, so you should pay a price for the family." Xiao Dao said fiercely, "I have already given everything I have learned to the demonic path family in the past." The middle-aged man was expressionless. "But it is undeniable that the blood of the demonic path family flows within you. If you really want to sever your relationship with the demonic path family, then return the blood to the family." Tendo frowned slightly when he heard this. Is he trying to force Xiao Dao to his death? Xiao Dao gazed at the middle-aged man and sneered. "What? Are you trying to force me to my death?" The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. "If you don't compromise, then you must die. Who do you think you are?" Suddenly, a voice resounded from outside the door. It was Yi Xian. Tendo blinked when he saw Yi Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an alluring arc. Yi Xian walked into the pawn shop and arrived by Xiao Dao's side. Xiao Dao spoke in a low voice. "This has nothing to do with you." Yi Xian smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Miss Xiao Dao, your problem is my problem." "How ignorant." The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. "You want to be a hero and save a damsel in distress? Young man, do you know who is standing in front of you? Do you know what the consequences of what you said just now will bring to you?" Yi Xian turned to look at Xiao Dao. "Is the Diabolism family very powerful?" The little Taoist said indifferently. "To you it's not powerful." Yi Xian was speechless. What a joke. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian, and he waved his right hand. A powerful force swept out. Yi Xian suddenly stabbed out with his sword. One sword, one thought. Bang. The The middle-aged man's powerful force was shattered. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned when he saw this. Sword thought. As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian. You're quite capable. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. I don't really want to interfere in your family's matters, but Xiao Dao is my friend. Since she doesn't want to go back, then don't force her. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. Who do you think you are? Tendo suddenly said. He's the person Xiao Dao chose, the son-in-law of your diabolism family. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What the hell? Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and didn't speak. Yi Xian was about to speak when the middle-aged man suddenly pointed at Yi Xian and laughed. Him? Who the hell is he to be the son-in-law of my diabolism family? He isn't even worthy of carrying shoes for my diabolism family. Tendo blinked, and then he nodded. Right. You're right. He isn't worthy. There was no need to wake up some idiots. The best way was to make them continue being idiots. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. An ant from a lowly world. If you were in my diabolism family, you would only be worthy of being a lowly slave. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He turned to look at Xiao Dao. Does the diabolism family have such a sense of superiority? Xiao Dao was silent. In front of others, the diabolism family did have the capital to be arrogant. But in front of this fellow, what capital did the diabolism family have to be arrogant? What capital did they have to be arrogant? However, she didn't know how to explain it to the middle-aged man. Because she knew that even if she said it, the other party wouldn't believe her. So she simply didn't say it. At this time, the middle-aged man still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly stabbed out with his sword. The middle-aged man didn't retreat, but his fist smashed onto Yi Xian's sword. Bang! In an instant, the middle-aged man retreated hundreds of feet, and he retreated out of the hall. But Yi Xian didn't retreat even half a step. The power of Dao laws. After absorbing countless Dao laws, his current strength couldn't be compared to before. Especially after his sword Dao reached the sword sense level. It could be said that he was invincible under self-release. As for the person in front of him, he clearly hadn't reached the self-release realm. After being forced back by Yi Xian's sword, the middle-aged man was in disbelief. Yi Xian turned to look at Xiao Dao. Do you want to kill me? He really wanted to kill him, but it was up to Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao was about to speak when the middle-aged man in the distance said fiercely, Kill me? Haha, what a joke. If something happens to me here, let me tell you, your entire fifth dimension will be razed to the ground. Yi Xian. On the side, Tendo shook his head. Heavens, how can a large family have such a retard? Is this arrogance? I can't watch it anymore. Xiao Dao also couldn't bear to watch. In fact, she understood the middle-aged man quite well. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be difficult for a demon Dao family to destroy the fifth dimension. However, the current fifth dimension was simply an abnormal existence. Firstly, there was Tendo. She didn't know how strong she was, but she knew that she didn't place a demon Dao family in her eyes at all. Secondly, there was Yi Xian. Who was this person? She was a top second generation. Not to mention anything else, just this woman was enough to annihilate an entire demon Dao family. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Don't speak. I really can't stand you anymore. After saying that, he leaped up and stabbed out with his sword. The space around the middle-aged man instantly became illusory under the might of this sword strike. From the side, this sword strike seemed very ordinary, but the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He suddenly pressed his hands together in front of him with the intention of catching Yi Xian's sword strike. Bang! His palms directly clamped down on Yi Xian's sword, but in the next moment, Yi Xian's right hand twisted slightly, and the middle-aged man's palms were sent flying. However, the middle-aged man also retreated several dozen feet, distancing himself from Yi Xian. He stared at Yi Xian. Do you know what you're doing? I'm from a demon Dao family. Yi Xian shook his head. My head hurts. After saying that, he was about to attack. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he turned to run. Yi Xian was about to chase after him, but Tendo quickly said, Don't chase after him, I'll go. After saying that, she directly chased after him. Yi Xian blinked, then looked at Xiao Dao. What is she going to do? Xiao Dao said in a deep voice, it's definitely not something good. In the sky, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged man. It was Tendo. Seeing Tendo, the middle-aged man's expression changed. You're so fast? Tendo smiled. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. After all, I don't dare to offend a demon Dao family. The middle-aged man stared at Tendo. What do you want? Tendo said seriously. Do you know why Yi Xian is so arrogant down there? He doesn't even care about your demon Dao family. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man said, he has a backer. Tendo quickly said, yes, he has a backer. The middle-aged man looked at Tendo. Is it the plain-dressed woman that you told our people about? Tendo nodded. Yes, his biggest backer is that plain-dressed woman. After saying that, she handed a portrait to the middle-aged man. This is her portrait. I'm telling you, you must be careful of her, especially don't go looking for her. She's really powerful. The middle-aged man sneered. Then do you know how powerful my demon Dao family is? Tendo blinked. I don't know. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. He put away the portrait. Go back and tell him that my demon Dao family will bring this woman's head to him. We will let him know that his so-called backer is less than an ant in the eyes of my demon Dao family. Tendo quickly shook her head. No, she's very, very powerful. Don't go looking for her, really? The middle-aged man suddenly said unhappily. Don't you think you're annoying? Tendo. P.S. Last night, I had a dream. I dreamed that I was first in the monthly votes. Chapter 1196. The middle-aged man left. He left with the portrait of the woman in the plain dress that Tendo gave him. In the starry sky, Tendo looked at the middle-aged man who disappeared at the end of the starry sky and grinned. Good luck, hee. At this moment, a woman walked out from behind Tendo. It was Agio. Tendo looked at Agio. Did Yi Xian ask you to kill him? Agio nodded. Tendo smiled and said, it's fine. You can go back. Agio looked at Tendo. You are a swordsman. Tendo nodded. Yes. Agio said casually. Want to spar? Tendo shook her head. No spar. Agio frowned slightly. Why? Tendo smiled and said, my sword is used to kill, not to spar. With that said, she turned and left. At this moment, Agio suddenly appeared in front of her again. She looked at Tendo. Spar. Tendo blinked. I admit defeat. With that said, her figure turned illusory. Agio suddenly drew her sword and stabbed out. The space where Tendo was immediately turned illusory. However, Tendo still disappeared without a trace. That sword was unable to stop Tendo. Agio was silent. At this moment, a woman walked out from behind her. It was Situ. Situ said softly, this Tendo is much stronger than that person from Spirit Region. Agio sheathed her sword. He is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Situ nodded. Agio said, let's go. With that said, the two women left. In the pawn shop, Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. You shouldn't have meddled in this matter. Yi Xian smiled and said, I can't just watch you get bullied. Xiao Dao hesitated and said, I might need your help in the future. Yi Xian smiled and said, all right. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Aren't you going to ask me what I need your help with? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You're my friend. With that, he turned around and left. Friends. In the pawn shop, Xiao Dao was silent. Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan and continued to cultivate. Presently, he was already capable of skillfully controlling the energy of the stars. And if he were to fight that middle-aged man in the starry sky earlier, then he was confident in his ability to kill that middle-aged man with a single strike of his sword. In the starry sky, he was the ruler of the starry sky. Now he was going to fuse with the 8th floor's Dao Law. Yi Xian arrived at the 8th floor. On the 8th floor stood a woman. She wore a black dress, and her features were like a painting. She was very beautiful, but her eyes were a bit cold. Yi Xian walked in and smiled. Hello. The woman walked over to Yi Xian, and then she sized up Yi Xian and said, you really are quite similar. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Like what? The woman shook her head. It's nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder. In the next moment, the space around them trembled, and it wasn't long before they appeared in the night sky. The woman gazed at the night sky and spoke softly. I'm the Tao law of a domain, and I've gathered a myriad of domains into myself. Since ancient times until now, I've basically possessed all the domains. The Tao law of a domain. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, Are you going to teach me all the domains? The woman shook her head. No, I want you to understand a myriad of domains. Because I know their strengths and weaknesses, and that includes yours. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. Activate the sword domain. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he activated the sword domain. The woman stomped her right foot lightly on the ground, and then a strand of mysterious energy surged towards the surroundings. In an instant, Yi Xian's sword domain had vanished without a trace. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene. He stared at the woman and asked, How did you accomplish that? The woman gazed at Yi Xian and said, What's the foundation of your sword domain? Yi Xian said in a low voice, The sword. The woman asked another question. What's the foundation of the sword? Yi Xian answered, Man. The woman asked another question. What's the foundation of man? Yi Xian was stunned. The woman gazed at Yi Xian and said, Man uses the heavens and the earth as his foundation. You're in this world, so you're within the Grand Tao. Within the Grand Tao, you have to rely on the heavens and the earth. I wasn't destroying your sword domain just now, I was destroying your foundation. As she spoke, she withdrew a wooden stick and said, The best way to break this stick is to exert force from the center. But there's actually a better way. You can use a saber and not your hand. Isn't it simpler to use a saber than your hand? Yi Xian fell silent. The woman said, Actually, very few people care about the essence of the essence of the essence. As it said, destroying all techniques with a single strike of the sword is to use the simplest method to deal with a problem. Yi Xian said in a low voice, I use my sword perception as my foundation. The woman interrupted Yi Xian and said, Indeed, your sword domain is very formidable because you possess your sword perception. However, I didn't target your sword perception. It's like hitting a snake where it hurts. A snake's venom is very strong, so why go head-on against its venom? You just have to punch it where it hurts, and it would be gone. Your sword perception is very formidable, but I didn't target your sword perception. Because your sword domain is based on this expanse of space and the earth here. And I target this expanse of space and the earth here. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian was enlightened when he heard this. I understand. Then how should I counter it? The woman said, Let's not talk about that for now. What you have to do now is learn the domain of others. Yi Xian nodded and said, All right. Actually, he wanted to learn the domain of others as well. The woman waved her hand lightly, and then the space before her and Yi Xian started to warp. It didn't take long for some experts to appear in that expanse of space. Yi Xian's expression gradually became solemn. Domain. The sword domain wasn't the only domain of the sword in this world. However, he didn't know much about the other domains because he very rarely encountered experts who possessed a domain. But at this moment, after he saw the domains of some experts, he noticed that they were really very strong. Just like that, the woman ceaselessly demonstrated those domains to Yi Xian. He even saw sword domains amongst them, and there was more than one. Only now did he realize that not all swordsmen's sword domains were the same. Every single swordsman's sword domain was different. Some sword domains were used to kill, some were used to defend, and there were even some that were used to flee. A single strike of the sword could send one flying 500,000 kilometers. Besides the sword domain, there were other domains like the saber domain, the spear domain. At any rate, there were all sorts of domains. Just like that, time trickled by. Around 2 days later, Yi Xian sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend. Domain. Even though he'd comprehended 3 types of domains, he still didn't know much about them. because he very rarely saw other experts utilize domains. But now he'd witnessed thousands of domains. Learning from them. He was currently learning from the advantages of those domains. The woman looked at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. Yi Xian's natural talent and comprehension ability were extremely good, and he understood everything with a single point. In the beginning, she was slightly worried that Yi Xian would be lost after experiencing so many domains. But now it would seem like he wasn't worried at all. Just like that, time trickled by. Around 5 days later, Yi Xian stood up and took a step forward. In the next moment, he'd appeared 300 m away. Sword domain. Yi Xian was slightly excited because he noticed that it really worked. So long as he willed it, then he could instantly appear anywhere he wanted within the sword domain. This wasn't just pure speed. This was teleportation. Within the sword domain, he'd surpassed the scope of speed. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed with his sword. As he stabbed with his sword, a ray of light flashed from over 100 m away. This strike disregarded space and distance. Yi Xian instantly became excited when he witnessed this scene. His sword disregarded everything within the sword domain, including space and time. Yi Xian attacked once more, and it didn't take long for numerous rays of light to appear within the sword domain. These rays of light appeared in an extremely mysterious and traceless manner. It was like they'd emerged from space, and it was extremely mysterious. Meanwhile, the 8th Dao ancestor appeared by Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian gazed at the woman and the woman nodded. "You've learned well." Yi Xian put his sword away and said, "Young miss, may I know your name?" The woman replied, "Su Su." "Su Su." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Miss Su Su, it's time for me to go look for big sister." Su Su gazed at Yi Xian. "What are you thinking about? We haven't even started yet." Yi Xian said, "I've already learned how to utilize the sword domain." Su Su shook her head and chuckled. "Not yet. I'm just letting you understand domains." Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "What do you mean?" Su Su spoke softly. "I'm the Dao law of a domain. Don't you want to know about my special ability?" Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "What special ability?" Su Su smiled. "Activate the sword domain." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he issued a command with his will, and the sword domain appeared here. Right at this moment, Su Su suddenly vanished. A moment later, the space within the sword domain trembled violently, and then some sort of force appeared here. Yi Xian was quite surprised. "What's that?" Su Su's voice suddenly resounded. "My special ability is to allow your domain to temporarily transcend this world. Simply speaking, if someone fights you, then that person won't be able to break through your domain by force. Even a self-release realm expert wouldn't be able to accomplish it. Unless that person possesses the strength of those 3 swords at the top of the pagoda. Otherwise, an ordinary expert wouldn't be able to break through your domain at all. Moreover, once I fuse with you, you'll be able to rely on my strength to imitate the myriad domain. Even though you won't be able to use that domain forever, you'll be able to rely on this imitation to swiftly find your opponent's flaws." Yi Xian was instantly unable to maintain his calm when he heard this. Imitate the myriad domain. How freakish was that? So long as he willed it, he could be a spear cultivator, saber cultivator, fist cultivator. Moreover, if he encountered another expert in the future, then so long as that expert utilized their domain, then he would be able to swiftly find their flaws. Su Su is too freakish. Su Su continued. "Don't let your thoughts run wild. Fuse well with me now, and when you fight others in the future, you just have to issue a command and I'll become one with you." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Su Su, what's Big Sister's ability?" He was extremely curious about his big sister's ability. That was his big sister, the big sister of all Dao laws. Her ability was absolutely freakish. Chapter 1197. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Su smiled and said, "You will know soon enough." Yi Xian was speechless. Why did everyone like to keep him in suspense? In the following period of time, Yi Xian began to cultivate crazily, fusing with Su Su. During this period, he discovered that Su Su was more terrifying than he had imagined. Her amplification of his 3 domains could be described as terrifying, heaven-defying. While Yi Xian was cultivating, the 5th dimension had also undergone great changes. After the arrival of the experts from the spirit realm, the 5th dimension had become very lively. Of course, the more people there were, the more disputes there were. During this period, the 5th dimension also experienced some chaos, but fortunately, they were all suppressed by Amu. Now the ones in charge of the 5th dimension were Amu and a Qian. The 2 sisters represented Yi Xian. Although the 2 girls were not that strong, no one dared to look down on them because they had Yi Xian behind them. In a room, a Qian and Amu were discussing some matters. A Qian said in a deep voice, "Too many people from spirit realm have come." Amu nodded. "Yes, there are a lot." A Qian looked at Amu. "The more they come, the harder it is to control them." Saying this, she said helplessly, "Why does that guy want the people of spirit realm to come?" Amu smiled. "Very simple. He wants to gather the power of the entire 5th dimension to resist the 5th dimension calamity." A Qian said in a deep voice, "That kind of calamity is not something an ordinary person can resist." Amu asked in reply, "Then are we just going to let them wait for death?" Saying this, she looked at a Qian. "Have you ever thought that if the 5th dimension calamity comes, and there is no one to lead them, under that kind of despair, what do you think they will do?" A Qian was silent. Amu said softly, "There's nothing a person who's desperate can do. Moreover, I feel that if all the experts of the 5th dimension and spirit realm join forces, they may be able to resist the 5th dimension calamity." A Qian was silent. The top powerhouses of the entire universe had all joined hands? Such a thing had never happened before in history. Amu smiled. Just as he was about to speak, a woman walked in. It was Guanyin. Amu looked at Guanyin. "Is something the matter, Miss Guan?" Guanyin glanced at Amu and said, "There are many conflicts between spirit realm and the people of the 5th dimension. How do you plan to resolve them?" Amu was about to speak when a voice suddenly sounded, "Kill whoever causes trouble." The 3 girls turned around and saw Yi Xian walking over slowly from afar. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. "Some conflicts can't be resolved by killing." Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. "Then we'll keep killing." With that said, he looked at Amu. "Pass down the order. Kill anyone who dares to cause trouble." Amu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right." With that, she retreated. A Qian looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "You've broken through?" Yi Xian nodded and smiled. "I heard you've been very busy recently." A Qian hurriedly said. "Not very busy, very busy. Really, we've been so busy that we've almost fainted." Yi Xian nodded. "You can call more people to help. For example." With that said, he looked at Guanyin. "For example, Miss Guan." Guanyin glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian then said, "A Qian, I'm preparing to form an alliance. I've already thought of a name. It'll be called the 5th Dimension Alliance." A Qian blinked. In the blink of an eye, 5-dimensional alliance? Yi Xian nodded. No matter if it's the forces of spirit realm or the 5th dimension, they must all join the 5th Dimension Alliance. A Qian hesitated, then said, "If we force it like this, I'm afraid many people will be disgusted." Yi Xian shook his head. "Now is not the time to be merciful. The 5th dimension tribulation is about to arrive, and I don't want to cause internal strife before it arrives." A Qian wanted to say something, but at this time Guanyin suddenly said, "We can do this. Announce the seriousness of the 5th dimension tribulation to everyone, and let them know about it. Then tell them that as long as they are willing to join the 5th Dimension Alliance, they can resist the 5th Dimension Tribulation together with us. If they aren't willing, then when the 5th Dimension Tribulation arrives in the future, we won't care if they aren't a member of the Alliance." Yi Xian was silent. A Qian looked at Yi Xian. At this time, Guanyin said, "This way, many forces will fight to join our alliance because we are strong enough. Let alone others, as long as the ancient race, Saint Hall, and my spirit race join, other forces will definitely follow suit. Moreover, they will beg us to let them join." Yi Xian nodded. "This method is feasible." Guanyin continued, We must publicize the dangers of the fifth dimension tribulation, so that everyone has an understanding of it. At the same time, I suggest that we form an alliance army. This army's mission is to enforce the law. Any forces that cause trouble during this period of time will be killed without mercy. Of course, in order to avoid killing the innocent, the alliance army must be led by someone you can trust. Yixian nodded. I have a choice. Guanyin nodded. The experts of the spirit realm are stronger than those of the fifth dimension. In order to avoid conflicts between the two sides, I suggest that the experts of both sides split up. The spirit realm will live on one side, while the fifth dimension will live on the other. Both sides will cooperate, but they will also be separated to avoid conflicts between large and small. Yixian looked at Guanyin. Continue. Guanyin nodded. In order to resist the fifth dimension tribulation, we definitely need the main force of experts. We must train more experts. As she said this, she looked at Yixian. Gather the resources of all the forces to train them. Of course, we can only train those with top talent. Qian suddenly said, This is easy to say but difficult to do. We don't have that many cultivation resources. Guanyin said gravely, The spirit realm does. Yixian and Qian looked at Guanyin. Guanyin said softly, The spirit race, the ancient race and the Saint Hall are three forces have deep foundations. If we work together, it won't be difficult to train another batch of origin-breaking realm experts. Yixian looked at Guanyin. Using your benefits? Guanyin nodded. Yixian asked, Are you willing? Guanyin said, If we can't survive the fifth dimension tribulation, are we going to bury those resources with us? Yixian was silent. Guanyin said, Don't worry, the ancient race and the Saint Hall will agree because they know how terrifying the fifth dimension tribulation is. You don't need to worry about them having any thoughts about you. Right now, what those peak forces fear the most is that you don't care. Yixian was puzzled. Why? Guanyin said, Because the sixth dimension is willing to bring you up. As long as you are willing, you can leave this universe at any time. And in this universe, only you can lead everyone to resist the fifth dimension tribulation. It can be said that the people of this universe need you, not the other way around. Therefore they are afraid that you will leave. As she said this, she looked at Yixian. My spirit race is also afraid. It could be said that if the fifth dimension didn't have Yixian, the fifth dimension would have no hope at all. Once the fifth dimension tribulation arrived, how many people would die? Moreover, if there was no Yixian, the fifth dimension would fall into chaos. The reason why the fifth dimension was so peaceful was because of Yixian's suppression. If Yixian wasn't here, she didn't dare to imagine how chaotic the fifth dimension would become. At this time, Yixian suddenly said, Let's do as you said before. Also, I have an idea. And that is to have the ancient race, spirit race, and Saint Temple send someone to be an elder of the fifth dimension alliance. The authority of an elder is second only to the alliance master. What do you think? Guanyin asked. How many elders will there be? Yixian said, 7. Guanyin said, 3 from the spirit realm? Yixian looked at Guanyin. Miss Guan, it's best not to divide the spirit realm into the fifth dimension. Do you understand what I mean? Guanyin glanced at Yixian and nodded. I understand. Yixian said, Miss Guan, you have full authority to handle the matter you just mentioned. Is there a problem? Guanyin nodded. No problem. Yixian nodded slightly. Go do what you need to do. Guanyin didn't say anything else and retreated. Qian looked at Yixian. This Miss Guan is really not bad. Yixian nodded. It couldn't be denied that Guanyin's ability was very strong. Whether it was her personal strength or her battle prowess, they were the best in this universe. Qian said again, What do you plan to do next? Yixian said, Increase the strength of everyone. Saying this, he slowly closed his eyes. What we need to do now is to increase the strength of the entire fifth dimension. Qian was silent. Increase the strength of the entire fifth dimension. She could see that Yixian was serious this time. He could have left, but for the sake of his friends he stayed. Since he was staying, he would definitely do his job well and lead everyone to survive. Fifth dimension calamity. Qian suddenly smiled. Then let's fight against this fifth dimension calamity. Yi Xian smiled. Let's fight. A moment later, Yi Xian left. Yi Xian returned to his courtyard. The current him had already fused perfectly with Su Su. As long as he wanted, Su Su could become one with him at any time. It had to be said that these Dao laws taking the initiative to help him was twice the result with half the effort. This was because there were many things that he didn't need to understand. They would do it themselves, and they would even take the initiative to cooperate with him. And now he was still missing the last Dao law. Big Sister. According to Big Sister, once all the Dao laws were gathered, they would be invincible in the fifth dimension. He really looked forward to it. If all the Dao laws were gathered, how strong would they be? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. The next moment he was already in the prison pagoda. Yi Xian came to the 8th floor. Because the 9th floor hadn't left, Big Sister was also on the 8th floor. It was worth mentioning that the 9th floor was now in the prison pagoda. This guy said that the prison pagoda was the safest now. When Yi Xian came to the 9th floor, Big Sister had already been waiting there for a long time. Yi Xian walked in front of Big Sister and smiled. Big Sister. Big Sister looked at Yi Xian. Are you curious about what kind of Dao law I am? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Big Sister smiled. My Dao law is slightly more special than theirs. Yi Xian asked. Big Sister was also created by the Prophet? Big Sister nodded. Yes. My existence is both to restrain the sisters and to strengthen them. Yi Xian was stunned. Then he said, Big Sister is a support-type Dao law? Big Sister nodded. After saying that, she gently placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. Boom! Yi Xian's body trembled. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.